Hello YouTube, let's learn MySQL. In this playlist there will be 40, probably 40 plus tutorials on MySQL, and after these tutorials you will be able to go out and create any kind of desktop application or website, dynamic website with a database in the background. So you can start creating it for money or as a free software, your own stuff, and start selling it on internet, or start creating your own website tutorials on YouTube or whatever, and so on. I mean, databases are extremely important. And some people will say, do you need to be smart and need to know a lot about mathematics and programming languages to learn databases? Well, no, because mathematics is already done in your database, so your basic mathematical skills are pretty much fine. You don't need to torture yourself with any advanced calculations, and you don't need to even know programming language, any programming language, to follow these playlists. And I advise people, if they are total beginners in programming, first to go with MySQL, for example, and then when they grasp how to replicate real situations, real businesses into database, then they can choose appropriate programming language and the approach to solutions they need to solve. So databases, in my opinion, are much more important than programming languages because they replicate real life scenarios. So don't worry about mathematics, don't worry about programming languages, C++, Python, Perl, whatever, it's not important. Your database is the most important thing you will have on your server. Because if you mess something with database, no amount of nice front end or nicely construct back end in a Laravel or Django will help you. Databases are crucial. Now, the reason why I have this wiki page here about pivot table is this is just what database is. I mean, yes, it looks like an Excel file, you know, CSV, for example, but this is in essence what databases are. So you will have tables with rows, and rows stands for individual data, and then you will have columns, and columns are vertical stuff and rows are horizontal stuff. So when rows and columns intersect, you will get specific critical data, specific stuff that is important in a real world. Intersection means useful element. Okay, so databases are basically like a folder with hundreds and possible thousands of these Excel kind of files, and you will not double click on these kind of files in the database. You will learn SQL, and that is language how to talk with databases. So there will be no double clicking in database, there will be just instruction to system that will manage databases, so that that database can return to you some kind of report. So this is what databases is, pretty much like a front end of it. You have rows and you have columns and some useful data, and couple of thousands of these, for example, files will be imported into tables inside of your database, and that's pretty much it. So we will learn how to talk with system, and that system will talk with databases. Okay, so databases are like big folders, right? I'm saying here, I'm using this analogy like files and folders because our colleagues are, like a couple of decades ago, they are using things like this, like old terminals, and they are hooked to some kind of servers, and those servers are probably mainframes, and mainframes are very expensive stuff, and if something is wrong with mainframe, you need to wait for a service technician to arrive at the company and fix something, and then it will cost you, as they say, an arm and leg. Now, why am I saying this? Because we can consider ourselves very, very lucky, because these days you can just go out and in 10 minutes you will download MySQL and you will set that thing on your PC, and you have real fast server and database in it, so you can start creating your business like applications and so on. So we are extremely happy these days because things are cheap, things are fast, you can grab it over the internet, you don't need to sign any kind of contracts and so on. So we are very, very lucky these days, because see this thing, this is like mainframe interface. The mainframes are like really expensive, and today they are, well, what is the term in English? Approachable by many companies, but back in the day they were really, really expensive. Oops, I was need to restart, whatever, remind me later, tomorrow. Anyway, where I was. So you don't need to use any kind of textual interface these days, okay? You will just create your PHP application and everything will be fine. So the price is a very, very important thing here. And if the companies were lucky, if they had a little bit more money, then they can hire COBOL programmers and buy this AS400, which is like a mini mainframe, and they are very, very happy because now they can have 10 clerks entering some kind of data into databases. But still, it was very, very expensive. Now, all mainframes, as I said, they are very, very expensive, heavy beasts. You need a specialist in a system, specialist in a COBOL, in a Fortran, and so on. But it's true that once created thing in a COBOL will work until the end of time, because for very simple reasons, no one dares to touch it, and that's pretty much it. When you have some mainframe locked in a specific room or even a building, then you need a couple of permissions to even get there. Okay, and now you can just go out and in a split of a second you can just type comments on your MySQL server. So it is interesting to note that when we are talking about these Western kind of products, in Russia, in Soviet Russia, they also have a nice industry of their own solutions like PCs and mainframes in terminals, but somehow around the 70s they realized that that's not a good approach. So they basically decided to copy paste things from West, because it was expensive to develop your own stuff. And the reason because I'm telling you this is because of next thing, and that is the languages, the tools to extract the reports from these kind of databases. Okay, now SED and AVG are terminal kind of tools that will help you to extract things from reports. Now, why am I saying this, extract things from reports? Because this is the structure of for example, database, like an emulation of database in a past. For example, there are accounting office, legal office, management, marketing people, like workers, and production facilities. So in those folders, they have kept information by year, okay, where I wrote that, yeah, so by year. Now every time when someone needs to grab a report, they need to go to specific folder, to specific year, and then they will have hundreds and thousands of files. So they needed some kind of where to talk with those files, and most of them were badly constructed textual files. So SED is a stream editor, and it is used on Unix pretty much. So with SED you can go out and instruct your file basically to change something in that file on one line or on multiple lines. So that's like you trying to manually define what you are going to change, and probably if you mess something up on multiple files, then you will have a very nice headache. Now AUG is one of these tools that is used, so I advise you, if you have a couple of minutes, to go through these pages, so you can realize that right now you have a lot of better options at your disposal. So basically the SQL in MySQL is the language that we are going to talk with the system that will manage databases. So that means structured query language. And check this definition. It is domain specific language, and that basically means that it doesn't change a lot, so you can rely on your old knowledge. So that thing is used for programming and designing data held in a relational database management systems. Okay, So check this line. It is particularly useful in handling structured data, and this is why we love, MySQL. It is structured data. It is not textual file where you can easily mess something up when you create one comma where you don't need it, okay, or when you substitute comma for a dot, and then the hell broke loose, as they say. So SQL is a very easy thing to learn, and it looks like, let me find example here. So there is no example, don't worry, but we will learn that in the next tutorials. Right, so MySQL basically is a product which is right now in ownership of Oracle Corporation, and in 2010, when Oracle acquired Sun, we have fork of MySQL, which is known as MariaDB. So don't worry about this. Once when you learn MySQL, that's like 90% of all other databases or system that manage databases. So I will just, when I say database, I mean MySQL. We will not go into history and into theory, what is a relational database management system and so on. We will just envision in our head like a folder with thousands of Excel files, and we will learn how we're gonna talk with that mess. Sorry. So in the next tutorial we will install our MySQL or server on our PC, and we will start entering first commands. So thank you for watching. Sorry for this long video, but I just want you to to know a little bit of history and how we are lucky these days because we have things like MySQL. So thank you for watching, and see you in MySQL installation. Hello YouTube, let's turn our desktop or laptop machine into MySQL server. So you can type download MySQL installer on Google, or I will advise just go directly to MySQL official website, and that's for security reasons. So always download official important applications like programming languages and servers and so on from official website for security reasons, because you will end up, if you don't do that, you will end up as owner of one or couple of Trojan horses and so on. Don't use anonymous FTP servers or CDs, DVDs that you have in some kind of PC magazines or torrents. Just, don't do that. So download section, here we go. And down there we need to choose MySQL Community GPL downloads, okay? And this is a relatively large list. So what you need to do is go to MySQL Community Server. Okay, and because I'm on Windows, obviously, I will choose this option here. And if for some reason you need zip files, you can get them, but this is the most simple option here. So go to download page. Okay, and we have installer for 32-bit system, which will be around 80 megabytes. Don't do that, okay? Your speed of internet is a relatively constant thing, so if you grab installer, if you think that you will save yourself a little bit of time, well, no, just download this whole application, and then you will have it somewhere as a backup. So let's grab these kind of 400 megabytes or something, download. Okay, MySQL Community downloads, and if you don't want to log in or sign up, you can just say no thanks, just start my download. And I will probably pause this video and see ya in next part. Hello, I'm back. For some reason my 4G is awful today, so I will just go with version before, like 8.0.16. Don't worry, 0.16, 0.17, that's pretty much same thing. So let's just double click and let's see what's up. Now that's the reason why I told you just grab whole page. Not just grab 18 megabytes of installer. So see, I have immediately the backup. Right. Okay, Windows asks me, do I want to start installation? Yes. Always have a backup of your server applications. And probably through a couple, I need to say yes, okay. So probably through this installation I will pause this video a couple of times, but don't worry, you will not see the difference. Okay, MySQL installer 1.4. It will ask me a couple of things and we will answer. Okay, so license agreement, what other options we have? So we will just accept it. You can read it if you like, if you have a couple of minutes and the legal knowledge, but I will just go to next. Right, so we have a couple of options here. Don't go with developer default because there is a lots of things here and I don't want to confuse you. Don't go with client only. Full installation, that's a lot of stuff, and custom is too much because we are beginners. So we just want to go to center, to root, and we will use server only. Okay, so it will install the MySQL server, and this type should be used where you want to deploy a MySQL server but will not be developing MySQL applications. That's really fine because what we are going to do is just learn SQL. So in the next playlist I will do with the things with PHP, Python and JavaScript and so on. So server only will get the job done in this case. Okay, in this case. Next, ready to install, execute. Scary word, but it will work. So let's see what's up. Okay, completed. Next. We will now walk through a configuration wizard, ready to configure. Next. Standalone MySQL server or InnoDB cluster. As I said, we are beginners, so we will just go with simplest possible solution, which will be classic server, and let's click on the next. Now, couple of options. TCP/IP, we need that. Port, it's something what we need. We need to have the doors of MySQL server opened for us. So definitely check that and remain these data as they are right here. And we'll also need to open firewall. Okay, so that's cool. Development computer is fine because what they say, this is development computer and many other applications will be installed on it. So that's our case. So a minimal amount of memory will be used by MySQL. That's cool, because with other options, with server computer and dedicated computer, then as they say, no other servers such as web server will be run on this machine. But we are going to develop stuff like a little bit later, so I'll just go with development computer. Okay, don't confuse this configuration type with server type. Okay, we grab server, only server, but config type will be development computer. So let's go with that. Okay, strong password encryption or legacy authentication. Always use the latest stuff. Legacy is legacy, so we are cool with the next. MySQL root password, this is major password, so I will go with something which is ultra secure, like 1 2 3 4 5 6, and yeah, we have see warning here, but that's cool. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Now yeah, I know the password is weak, but that's cool. See here, MySQL user accounts. Let's just see what we have from options, but we will not define user here. Okay, just for your reference. Username, that's self-explanatory. The host, okay, it will be of course localhost. Now interesting thing, the role of user, because we can have multiple users, like people who will enter the information, people who will change the databases and tables and so on. So you can choose between these roles. It's like a classical Windows roles, but with this is dedicated for MySQL. But we will just leave it alone as it is because I don't want to complicate things too much. So next, configure MySQL server as service and start the MySQL server at system startup. That's cool. Okay, check that. Standard system account, that's also cool. So what this basically means, sorry, just a second. Yeah, I needed to drink a little bit of water before recording this video. Anyway, this means that when you turn on your computer, the MySQL application as a server will run immediately, like automatically. Right, so next. And this is the place where I will cut this video to shorten amount of time. So let's do that and see you in a couple of seconds. But of course I need to click on execute first. So let's see what's up. Okay, the result of waiting is successful installation. So let's click on finish and configuration complete. Next, copy to clipboard. No, thank you. Finish. And there you go. You have your MySQL. Now, next thing. Go to list of your applications, lower left corner, and we have a couple of options here. So what you need to do here is to click on MySQL command line client. Okay. And there you go. So this is the place where we will spend our time the most. So let's type our password 1234566, enter, and we are here. So this is our control table, terminal control table, whatever. So if you say here help, you'll get a list of commands, but you don't need to know this stuff, you don't need to know them on top of mind. The thing is that the important things here are quit, okay, and exit. So exit MySQL is the same as quit. So let's type that. It works. Now let's go to our command line client again, and we again need to type. So that's like a security log off. And immediately you need to, type a password next time when a server is operating. Now, the interesting thing here is we need to go to our control panel and to see the list of applications that are run on a startup of the system, because this is the place where you, if you need, can turn this application into automatically run application or manually. So let's do that. Okay, let's go to start and run, and we will type services. You can get there via control panel, but this is kind of shortcut, right? So what you see here, if this is first time you see this thing, the list of applications that you can control. So either you can set them to work manually or automatically, and please do not mess with this list, because you can pretty much ruin a core of your system. So what we need to find here is MySQL, and there you go. And right now the server is running. Startup type is automatic. So if you double click on it, you'll get into options, but also you have see options here. So let's just double click, and if you want to kill your server, basically you will just say stop. So the moment you do this, all your clients will be aggressively fired, right? And that means that after restart, not of your PC but application, you need to log again. So start again. And another option is here, you can choose to start it immediately, start it manually, which I recommend if you are developing things not that often, disable, obvious, and delayed start, which means you will not put a lot of burden on a system like when it started. So you will just, system will have a little bit of seconds more to breathe. So let's just go with, I don't know, automatic. So for now, automatic is fine, right? Apply, and system is running. Okay. So this will not work anymore because we have lost connection to MySQL server during request. So that's cool. That means we need to log again. Okay. Command line client, or actually I'm just gonna grab a shortcut here, like yeah, this will be enough. I can, oh yeah, that's cool. So let's leave it down there and let's run it. So 1 2 3 4 5 6, and we are in. Now in the next tutorial we will start with our primary operations, primary commands, but just for you know, simplicity reasons, let's just type one primary command, which will be show databases. And after that, after issuing this command, you will always use this symbol, and when you press enter, you will see the list of commands. So this is not commands but databases. So this is the place where first we will create our databases, then we will get into database specific one, and then we will create tables, structure tables, and so on, mess around with data. But for now, I think that's good. So just simple note, when you are talking with MySQL server, the common thing is just to use command in uppercase. So show databases like that. Okay, and all other commands like in PHP or Python, they will be in lower cases, like actual data, lowercase stuff, and actual programming language, syntax, lowercase. But MySQL commands, they will always be in uppercase. That's like a common thing. So when you look into your code after some time, or into someone else's code, you will instantly recognize in what you're looking at. So yeah, so that's kind of cool. Let's just get out, and that's it. So I will render this video, see you next tutorial, and I definitely need to drink a little bit of water because I'm getting myself to yeah, see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, let's continue with our MySQL tutorials. So before getting into actual commands, if this font is too small, what you can do is just go right click here on a white line to properties, and then for example you can set a couple of things here in a font, a sub window or something. For example, I will just go to 24, and I think that will be relatively decent for a lot of you guys out there. Okay, so I think that's kind of cool. Now let's log in first, of course, my extra secure password, and we are in. So see this commands end with semicolon or G. That basically means that you can use /G, but honestly I don't know any person who uses /G. Okay, majority of persons just will end up with their commands to MySQL server down there with semicolon, and my advice is just to use that. Okay, so show databases with semicolon will yield you the same result as show databases with /G. Okay, just stick with this because it's kind of simple. Right, so it is nice to know a little bit of theory behind these four default databases that you have with your default system installation. So you don't need to know a lot. I mean, when you're developing your application or website, just a little bit, to understand what these names means, because in actual creation of your databases and tables, you will not use these directly. So a couple of theoretical stuff we need to know. So let's start with information schema. And where is my browser? Right. So this is, of course, official documentation. Always use official documentation, and we can go to this link, and what we have is that this thing, information schema, is information about the MySQL server, such as the name of a database or a table, the data type of a column, or access privileges. And that is pretty much what you need to know. Okay, you don't need to go here and learn these things, because this is documentation. If you need it, you have it right here. So that's about information schema, like a typical classical stuff, name of a database or table, and some kind of database metadata. Right. So next thing, this sys here, what is that? Well, where is it? Where is my documentation? Okay. Sys schema means, and that is a set of objects, and when I say object, think about something abstract here, something that will be used by database administrators and some developers. Okay, some developers, like low-level developers, and they will use it to interpret data collected by the performance schema. So in database, everything is interconnected and dependent on each other. So basically, performance schema is, let me find that line, is a feature for monitoring MySQL server execution at a low level. and then you have piles and piles of the documentation down there. Now, just remember that understanding generally what these four databases means is enough. If you're creating some kind of financial application and some website, you don't need to know in detail these things. Just this is important for system administrators, database administrators and low-level developers, okay? They need to know this stuff. You don't have to, because we are just dealing with high-level stuff like graphical user interfaces and website and Bootstrap 4 and JavaScript and so on and so on. Now, MySQL, what that means, why is that important, what kind of database that is. I mean, let's actually go there and then you will see for yourself. So here's the question. When you wanna issue some command to MySQL, like a management system here, can you just do that on one line, like give me something from that table, from this database? Well, no, you cannot do that. You must position yourself into that database. So what is the analogy here? If you have a little bit of experience with DOS, or DOS simulation, whatever you want to call it, so it's similar. See, we are into user directory, and when I type dir, I will get list of stuff in that directory. But if I want to go here, I need to position myself there. So cd ... and then I will be into this primary directory, and if I want to go one level back, I will say cd ... and then I'm into root. So same thing here in MySQL databases. You need to first get there. Okay, so let's get in MySQL database and then we can grab specific things from specific tables. So how to do that? You will say use name of database, lowercase, because that's the name of database. Don't forget semicolon, and database changed. So every time when you need to grab something from other database, you need to explicitly type that here. Okay. Now you will probably say, what is the command to extract all tables from MySQL database? This one, in this case, and that is show uppercase, okay, tables, because that's what we need. That's the only thing that is inside of databases. Like in that first video, I was mentioning the folders and some Excel files in those folders. Well, you will have only tables in your database. That's how you structure your stuff, okay? So show tables from where? From MySQL, lowercase, because that's actual name, and then semicolon, and we have a list of tables. Okay, see, tables in MySQL. These are not images, not text, actual tables, like files in folder, right? So think about this border like this is some folder, okay, and then these are like files, right? So I mentioned that what are those four default databases. So you can get overall picture by checking a couple of names here, couple of tables, like for example password history. So this is like a configuration setup for overall system. Okay, for example, configuration, time zone, and stuff about specific users and so on. Okay, now default roles when you have different users and so on. So here's the thing, you are interested in, for example, this one specific table, and the question is how to get overall knowledge about structure of that table, meaning you don't need actual data from it like rows, but you wanna get to know that table better, in a sense that you are interested in data types. I mean, what is inside of columns. Okay, so the thing is that you need to say describe that table user, and then you will type semicolon, don't forget that, and you'll have a pile of results. So I obviously need to check my font here. 20. Let me see. Yeah, that's cool. We have a nice report that looks like those old matrix reports from you know, banks on a paper with white and green lines and so on. So yeah, this is basically the structure of your table, and that is exactly what you're going to create in one of the next tutorials. Okay, these things vertical are columns, and in columns you have data types. For example, field, just the textual explanations, type, what kind of character you can put right here, like a bunch of characters. Enum, that means that you can only type here yes or no. Pre just means is it primary key. So primary key basically means that every row in a table need to be individual one. Like you cannot have multiple rows with the same number, like 1 2 2 2 3 4 5. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5. That's the way to go. Always +1 +1 +1. Okay, and you can always have, for some reason, one extra column to describe something, you know, but don't have too much of them, because that means that you didn't put on a paper the actual structure of your table or even your whole database. So where I was, let me think. Yeah, so let's just repeat a couple of these things that you need to absolutely know. Okay, these are essentials, right? So show databases, to list all databases, uppercase. There you go. Use one database, specific one, like in a DOS analogy. Use MySQL. Don't forget semicolon. Now we are in. So show tables. From where? From MySQL. Don't forget semicolon. There you go. Let's describe the overall picture of specific table, because these are tables. Describe user in this case, semicolon. There you go. You can also use any other table, so you don't need to position yourself into table. You're already in database. Okay, so you can also say describe, I think time zone is the name of table, and there you go. Okay, with the columns and with only 2 rows. So I think this is enough. You can even write these commands on piece of paper, but don't worry too much, because you will remember these things over time. It will, you know, trust me, it will become your second nature. You will not even think about that after a couple of hours or days messing around with MySQL Server. So anyway, I'm gonna shut up and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, let's learn something new about MySQL, and that is very basic stuff like creating databases and deleting them. So I will start with a new terminal here, because I wanna clear airspace, you know, for next tutorials. So let me reposition a couple of things here. Extra secure password 1 2 3 4 5 6, and let's check situation from last time. Show databases, okay, and not show database. There is a difference, and that this will not work. So just show databases. So that's cool. Now when you are working in your terminal, you will do stuff manually, one operation after one operation. But when you learn programming languages or scripting languages, then you will be able in a one script to do multiple operations, like create multiple databases and multiple tables, and populate those tables from other sources like textual file, Excel file, CSV file, even other databases like Microsoft Access. You know, you can do that too. So where I was, yeah, let's create one thing, like create database, create database, only one, friends, like that show on the TV. And let's do another thing, create database stamps, because I started collecting stamps, not because I especially like them, but because of monetary value. I can resell it on websites. I actually bought 6,000 of them for a very low price, like it's ridiculously low price, and they're old ones, like $100 old. So that was good investment. Anyway, let's press enter, and there you go. Okay, so how to, well, you know that from last tutorial. If you want to use it, you will say use, for example, friends. Okay, and now you are here. Now you can issue command, and normally if you have databases here, you will say something like show tables from friends, but nothing is here, so result is empty set. So how to delete databases? You'll say drop, okay, database, only one, and that will be friends, and that's fine. And you will also say drop database, what was it, stamps. So that's pretty much it, you know, nothing fancy here. Right, so this is very short tutorial. In the next tutorial we will learn how to create tables, how to work with them, how to structure them, populate them, and so on. So thank you for watching as always, and as I said, this was very simple, but in the next tutorial and from now on we will start creating a little bit complicated things. So thank you for watching, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, objective in this tutorial will be to learn how to structure our tables. So this is what we need to do. Basically, these entries need to end up in our tables. So how to construct it? Well, first we need to think about IDs, and IDs, they cannot be there must not be double in IDs. So the whole purpose of any kind of database is to help you to somehow, in a reasonable sense, extract individual rows. So you need to distinguish rows between each other using individual IDs, and those IDs are automatically constructed, like you will have the base one, and then +1, and then +1, and so on. So these are obviously numbers. Now columns, for example strings, these are strings, you know, just characters. We need to distinguish here between two data types, character and variable character. So when you say that column for names will construct of characters, that means that whole 30 places in memory will be taken. Okay, but when you say variable characters, for example for last name, that means that up to 30. Okay, so not all of them are taken, just how it's needed. So that's the major difference. And of course for telephone we need classical integers, as is the thing with ID, so you'll just type int. So that's what we need to do. Okay, we are just here playing with structure of our table. Right, so these are commands that we need to issue. First let's create a database, like I don't know, practice or test, because we will probably delete it over time. So right, now let's use it, use test, and we need to end with a semicolon. So how do you, what to type? You will say create table, okay, not database, just table, and after that the name of our table. Okay, it will be friends, like it's name of our notepad file. Okay, so test, sorry, friends, and after that do have a little bit of space and normal brackets. Okay, so it's like when you are creating functions in programming, you will open left side, left bracket, then you will type some kind of strings here, and then you will end with opposite bracket. Okay, so when you are here, just type enter. Okay, now this arrow means that MySQL server is ready to receive new commands. So commands after commands after commands, and they will be delimited by comma. So let's create that ID, and we will have a little bit of space. So what is the data type of that ID? We said that will be integer. I mean numbers, of course, integers. So after that, what we need to say is that that place must always be populated. So what the term in a MySQL language you will use to say so? That will be not null. That basically means that field must always be present. And if when you create some kind of column, if you say just null, that means, well, maybe you will put something there, maybe not. It depends, but when you say not null, that means a limit. There must be something there. After that, we will say primary key. P-R-I-M-R-Y key. Okay, so there is nothing in between, just space, no special symbols. Primary key. That means unique rows. So this is important because this is how you will help yourself to create a little bit later reports. When you're grabbing different reports from different tables, when you combine things, you need to know individual way to group things individually. So this primary key for ID means like a handle for that specific entry in that specific table, so you can overlap it with another things. But don't worry, if you don't understand it on the first slide, you will understand everything later. After that, we will say auto increment. Okay, increment. That means that ID will be incremented always by 1 + 1 + 1 for every row. 1, 2, 3, and so. Now, after we are done on this line for ID, we will type comma and let's go to name. So name, this is the name of column, and we will use character here. The bunch of characters up to 30. That means that all 30 of them will be grabbed in memory. So that's like reserved space, like fixed space. Okay, now maybe you will not use all of them, but in a memory all those places will be taken, so they will not be at disposal to the rest of the system. Okay, so next thing, a last name, for example, and that will also be character up to 30, let's say, why not? And after that we will say comma, and the next thing will be telephone. So telephone, and that will be integer, just integer, okay, no specifications in detail. And after that we will close our commands. So how we are going to do that? See this open bracket here? Now we need to close it down there. Okay, and after that then we will put semicolon. That means everything is done, no more instructions, let's do to actual operation. So when you press enter, query OK, everything is done in 1.36 seconds, which is not great but not terrible. Okay, so let's see, do we have tables in our databases? So show tables from database is test, I think, yeah. I mean, it's stupid generic name and it's not good, but you know, I'm not creative right now. Now it's 1 over midnight, I think, 00 hours, whatever the term is in English. So it's morning basically. So enter, and we have one table. Okay, so how to check what is in it? What is the structure? You know that. Describe tables. Sorry, friends. Enter, and there you go. So see, there is similarity here. Okay, ID, and this is integer up to 11 numbers, not null. That basically means we need to put something here. Key, primary key. Okay, default null. Well, that's generic, not that important. So extra thing is auto increment, and this line will always happen to you when you are structuring your ID like this, and this is what most people do. Okay, not null, primary key, and auto increment. Right, so name, character up to 30. Okay, here we are. The same thing for last name. Here we are up to 30. It can be null. I mean, the person obviously need to have names and surnames, but we didn't define that here, so it can be empty for some reason, like we don't have like surname of our friends. Most of them we know by name, and no extra thing here. And telephone is of course integer. It can be empty if our friends doesn't have a mobile phone or a fixed phone or something. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That's a replication of our imaginary table into real life database. And as always, thank you for watching. See you in the next tutorial where we will start populating our database. Yeah, right. Our tables with actual results. So thank you for watching and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube. It seems that a lot of people on internet and YouTube have a problem with understanding this null not null thing. Here is simplification. Don't think about null as something complicated. Think about it as an empty field, empty place, but still it is place. So you can grab some things and put into that place later if you have it, or you can leave that thing alone as like a storage for later. So null is empty and it is up to you to do something with it later if you like it, okay, if you have some concrete stuff to fulfill it. Not null is opposite. Not null means not empty. So request is basically to put something there. So either automatically, as it is case with ID, or manually through some kind of HTML form with, for example, PHP in the background. So if something here is constructed as no null or not null, same thing, that means that you must type something there. That place must be fulfilled, okay? So it is not up to you to decide will it be empty. It cannot be empty. There must something be there. So that's what you need to understand. Now, theoretically, null is a special marker, so no wonder we are confused at the start, exactly like it's stuff with mathematics. For example, if you skip a couple of classes and then you arrive at the next one, you will be puzzled and probably totally wasted because you don't know what other students and teachers are talking about, professors, whatever. So the null is used to indicate that a data value does not exist in a database, and I will add here this, in that moment of time. So no data in that moment of time, you can put something there later. So why do we need it? Because some smart people decided to create standards, and we need standards. And with null we will have a way to say that thing is up to you, or that thing is obligatory. So null, up to you, not null, obligatory. You must put something there. Now here's the important thing. Null is not zero. Null is just a space. Think about it as a space or state. And value of zero is actual concrete value. Some people say zero is not important. That is not true. Just think about your bank account. If you have zero on your bank account, that means, well, that you have $0. But if you have one number, 1, 2, 3, 4 or whatever, and a couple of zeros after that, that means that you are doing fine. Especially if you have like 10 zeros, I don't know. So you're maybe rich, I don't know. So null is a kind of state, kind of space, and value of zero is actual concrete stuff. So that's what they used here to say. So SQL null is a state and not a value. Okay, state, null, value, 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on. And the same thing you can find in documentation. They will say first that it can be surprising until you get used to it. Well, of course, first time you see something like null, you will be scared. So obviously, now conceptually, null means a missing unknown value, or better term will be space for unknown things, right? And what is interesting here, yeah, you cannot use arithmetic comparison operators to test for null, and that's fine. You will use other approaches. Don't worry, you'll learn that over time. So let me find that. Yeah, a common error when working with a null is to assume that it's not possible to insert a zero or an empty string into a column defined as not null. So not null is telling you, put something in me. And some people will say, well, if I put a zero or empty string, that means nothing. Well, wrong. Zero is concrete stuff. So zero or empty string is concrete thing because it grabs things from resources, from memory, from hard drive, from CPU registers, and so on. So this is fine. When you have zero and when you put it into field with not null, that is fine. So this rule is satisfied. Okay? So there is no difference in that sense between 0 and 363. Same thing, value, okay? Now, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Just remember, if this thing confuses you, that you will grasp it over time. And the quickest analogy is here is when you define some column as null, then it's like an empty space. You can put something there later. And if it's not null there, that's like you must put something there. That field must not be empty ever. Okay? So I'm gonna shut up. This tutorial was longer than I thought, but I'm pretty much sure that you grasp this thing now. If you don't, you know, just be cool. You will get there over time. Right, so thank you for watching, for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will talk about this column here, meaning we will deal with different data types. So as beginners we will use these a lot: integer, character, variable character, text, blob, decimal, enum, and interesting too, like signed and unsigned. So integer, well, that's the simple thing, the whole number, and we will often use it either automatically or manually for IDs or serial number of products. For example, you have web shop selling motherboards, so they will have some serial number, or cars, engines, and so on. So the simple thing to understand. And after that, character. Now, when you say character, for example 10, that means that no matter what you put in this field, in resources of your database, all these 10 will be reserved in front. Like when you have some kind of pseudo structure for handles of product, like, yeah, handles of product. So it will be like this: product, for example, 10a, and products, for example 8b, okay, something like that. So you will extract a couple of common things, for example product, okay, and then you will say, okay, after that we have 3 another, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, something like that, and then you will put that number here, okay, and that means that all things that you will enter cannot exceed this number. But if you have half of it, like a 2 or 3 characters, that doesn't matter, because in the resources those 10 places will be already reserved. So it is up to you, will you type this or this or ABC blah blah blah, something like that. All 10 of them reserved. Now variable character is opposite thing. So when you say variable 100, and that is often used for titles of blog posts or articles, something like that, well, you can combine different things up to 100, and that's about it. And well, that's really cool for website description in a head section of HTML page, for titles, for description, short description of products, descriptions of persons, and so on. So generally, when you need something bigger than that, then you don't know with how much of the characters you will work. So you will use text, and text just means a lot of text. Now, in official documentation, you will find sub options like a small number of text, middle, and big, but generally when you type text, you will be pretty much fine. Now, blob is an interesting beast. Now, blob basically means that you can put binary objects into your database. So you can grab image, for example, and import it, load it into database in a table, but there are some security and speed implications, you know. I mean, imagine putting image in a table. What's the purpose? So the best solution is basically put image in a database using a link of that image and not actual image. So link on your server, okay, so local path structure, or URL to someone else's image. Put that into variable character or something, and don't grab the whole image, because your database will basically substitute your file system. It's insanity. Sure, there are some situations, but you will pretty much be okay with grabbing just a location of image and not actual image. Now, decimals, right? So when you're dealing with prices, you cannot use just integer like a whole number. You need the precision. So with the decimals, you will, for example, say up to 10 numbers in a price, which can be well, theoretically a very high price, and then the precision will be like 2 or something. So well, when you're dealing with web shops and financial applications, definitely you will work probably with other people, and then you must really carefully analyze what kind of data types you will have for numbers. I mean, one error and you can destroy the whole company in long term, or yeah, I mean, it's insanity how you must be precise. So don't worry too much about it. When time arrives, you will understand what I'm talking about, and you will, as I said, probably work with other people. Now, enum, that means, well, you will work with simple things like answers yes or no. Do you want to go for vacation? Yes. Do you want to buy a plane ticket? Yes, no. How much do you want to pay? $600, $1,000. How much? Exactly one option. I mean, you have a range of options like option 1, option 4, option blah blah or something, but you can choose only one. There can be only one, like in a Highlander 1 movie, okay? Now, signed and unsigned numbers, but these are interesting. Now, signed basically means a range of numbers from negatives to positives, and unsigned means only positives from 0 to some big positive number. So how they are basically constructed? See this page, signedness on wiki page? Now, signed will be from minus 32,000 blah 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 up to this number, okay, the range of negative, 0 and positive numbers. But unsigned means from 0 up to this number. So question is, how you will get this number? Well, easy. Think about this as a resource. So forget about this minus here when you're talking about unsigned. Just add this number to that number, and then you will get end result. Very simple stuff. So just remember, signed means this range. Okay, let me paste that. So that's that range, and unsigned means from 0 up to 65,535, I think. Yeah, cool. My memory serves me well, first half an hour in the morning, and so on. So, right, really simple stuff to understand. And yep, that's pretty much it. You don't need a lot to know. You just need to know generally where you will find additional things, and that's like I don't know, 30% of programming. So yeah, like a Stack Overflow, you know, approach. I don't know, I will search on internet. Sure, I mean, there is no bloody way that you will hold documentation, MySQL documentation in your head, because that's why they have documentation on internet. So you are not, you know, USB memory. You are, you know, human. So when you need something, you will find it outside. Right, so I'm just gonna stop babbling and render this video. Thank you for watching and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to enter data into our table. Now we need to consider two things here. First we need to say where we want to put things, like insert where. Okay, so this is not actual command, this is like a pseudo structure of command. And after that the second part will be what? So you have command, insert, and then you have actual values. So let's go with actual command. Insert into, so we are defining location, friends, okay, and this is table, okay, and not database. Database, we're already here in database. So after that we will use normal brackets, just like you're creating a function in programming. And here we need to state actual columns that we are going to use, their order basically. So first thing will be ID, after that name, after that last name, after that telephone. Okay, and down there we need to use another syntax, keyword, values, okay, and after that we need to group actual things, critical data, like concrete data. So we will use, in this case, for ID, okay, so here when you say null, it's like saying I'm leaving to database to calculate the next ID. So this null doesn't mean that we are creating some kind of column right now. This null means like, okay, fine, I don't want to be bothered with this system, just grab the next ID. Okay, so this is not a column, this is like a handle for system, do your stuff with ID automatically. After that, in a single quotes or double quotes, let's use single quotes, we will use actual value for name, for example, John. And after that we need to separate it like we have separated here. So we are following basically structure from above. The John, for example, Smith. And after that telephone will be just normal number without quotes. So that will be not string, that will be actual number. Because if we put it like this, then it is like string, like a bunch of characters. But this actually means real number, right? So let's actually do that. So insert into tables, which is friends, in this case a little bit of space, and then we will deal with ID, name, damn it, last name, and telephone. And then just press enter and say values, open bracket, null, system do your stuff, actual value John, actual value Smith, and actual telephone number like 111-333, whatever. After you are done, close your command with semicolon, and result is fine, one row affected in that specific number of part of a seconds. Right, so here's the thing, how to extract our entry. Well, we have a new command, and remember this, you will use this all the time directly or in a script, PHP for example script. Select star, which means all, from table, and table is friends. Okay, semicolon, don't forget it. And there you go, you have your first entry. So let's enter something else, like insert into. Now please note that we are here working manually. I mean, we are into terminal application, into terminal client, so of course we are doing stuff with our hands, keyboard, but basically when you create HTML form, this will be like breeze, so you will not manually do this syntax, you will just state the actual values. Right, so insert into friends again, and ID, name, last name and telephone, and enter values, little bit of space, and the actual stuff, null again, so it's up to system to decide. Next ID, the actual name will be Anastasia, and surname will be the Great. I don't know, I'm not creative about names, who cares. And telephone will be, of course, number 555-777, something stupid like that. Close the command basically with semicolon, enter, and there you go. So let's extract the data again. Select from friends, type semicolon and enter, and there you go. Now you can practice a little bit with a couple of these, imaginary friends, but it's very simple. Just use this syntax: insert into name of table, columns one after another, then go to next line, type values, part of a syntax, null for the next ID, automatic one, and then actual elements, the real stuff. And then you will extract the listing with this line, which is very, very simple. So thank you for watching. As always, thank you for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will try to simplify our lives. So see here, we are using ID, name, last name and telephone, so every time when we need to enter something manually we will need to state columns. So question, is there a way to evade typing this all over again? Well, yes, but there is one rule here that we need to respect, and that is the order of data that we are entering need to follow the order of columns here. So you cannot interchange these things. You cannot put null at the end and telephone number somewhere in between. Okay, so order of columns must be respected. Exactly like when you list them, so let's actually do that. So describe friends. So first thing that need to be entered is ID, then name, that last name and telephone. Okay, so that's the theory. Insert into friends, and now you don't need to state anything. Just go to the next line and enter values. And values, they must be in specific order. So null again, and name, for example, Samantha. And I don't know, last name like a Fox or something. I think that was from that TV show. And the number is pretty much not important here. And after you are done, enter, and let's see what's up. Select all from what was it, friends. And there you go, we have data, new data on number 3. So here's yet another thing. For example, can you set this ID manually? I mean, normally that will be done automatically, but can we like override database rules? So let's see what's up. Insert into friends, okay, and we need to state ID here, and the name, telephone, and down there we will say values. And check this out. When I type, for example, 10, and let's use some artificial data like Larry from the Curb Your Enthusiasm, the first, and the mobile phone 555-888, whatever. So can we do that? Well, it seems like that everything is fine. So let's actually check results, and there you go. Now you have space between 3 and 10 automatically. So that's something you need to think about. Maybe it's important in your case. Now here's the interesting thing. Next time when you try to add something, what do you think that is gonna happen? Will you get 11 or 4? So let's see. Insert into friends, for example, and we will do that automatically. Values, null, and then name will be like Bill Gates, why not, 444, blah blah blah, enter. Now let's check results. Interesting thing is that you cannot go to beginning, I mean in the middle, so you cannot continue, and that's something you need to think about. As I said, maybe it's important for you. You know, over time you will run into some kind of weird issues. So no matter how your backend is nicely done, your front end is all fancy and glory, but once in 6 months you will need to dig deep in your database and do stuff manually. So I don't know, you know, it depends, but it will happen to you. And that's not scary because you will solve this issue in this way or another. Just simple note here, please do create a backup of your system, of your database, because that's crucial. If you mess around something with the backend like Django or Laravel, you can fix that. If you messed your CSS like it turns into something that is ugly and inappropriate, that's cool, you can fix it. But if you mess database, man, that's a lot of pain. So always do backup of your database for any kind of manual changes, okay? Do have a backup of backup of backup and so on. So anyway, I'm gonna shut up. As always, thank you for watching, support, and yeah, subscription. So see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to grab elements from specific column, like individual one, and then how to combine them. So normally, well, this is my new terminal, so normally you will say select all from friends, and that will work. But if you want to grab everything here, then you will say this, select name from friends. That's the name of our table, and see, the thing will work. Now, interesting thing in the newest versions of MySQL and other databases is that you can mix uppercase and lowercase here, and like your database will recognize what you're doing, but I don't advise that, you know. In your commands, in your instructions, always use exactly like it's written in original. So sure, this will work. Select name from friends, but you know, if the name of column is name uppercase and then use it down there, okay? This is how you will discipline yourself basically. Now the same thing is for friends. Now check this out, this will also work. Select all uppercase from friends. Oh, sorry. And this will also work, but I don't advise it, okay? Just use it like it's in original description of table, right? So what else we can have here? Now, let's say that you want to combine name and telephone. Sure, we can do that. Select name and... So the thing is that you can just type comma here and then specific name of column. Very, very simple stuff. You can have 10 of them here. Of course, you will get a bigger report, but you know, I don't know how many columns you have in your project. So from friends and telephone. Yeah, telephone. And that will work. So totally cool stuff. Now, when you look into these reports, you just see that something is missing. And every time, try to extract the IDs, because IDs are really, really important when you're trying to combine a couple of things from couple of tables. You know, they are like extremely important. So even if you are just printing something on piece of paper, just grab that ID. So select ID and name and telephone from friends, and there you go, the thing will work. Okay, well, that's pretty much it for this tutorial. Nothing really special here, really easy stuff. Just remember, use the same you know, same original name from column, use it into your requests. And always grab ID. That's, you'll learn over time that The one of the reasons why databases and tables are great, because you can just do all kind of intersections between tables and databases and reports, and then you can put them into some kind of textual files, other databases, other ways of reporting, like desktop applications and so on, because one database can basically serve web shop and in the same time accounting desktop application. So just stick with the simplest possible solution, and they are very self-explanatory. And yeah, well, that's pretty much it. I'm gonna shut up and render, and as always, thank you for support. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to grab individual entries from our table. So that means, for example, you have a really big table with 100,000 entries, so you have naturally a couple of errors. It's normal thing, it will happen. So the question is how to get only individual unique entries. Right, so first let's import a couple of duplicates here. For example, Bill Gates. Okay, so insert into friends, next line, values, null for automatic ID, and name will be Bill, and last name will be Gates. Of course, we must state it exactly like it is in original report. And what else? Phone number. I think that everything is cool now. And let's also import let's import John Smith once more time. So values, null, and John and Smith. And what was the number? 111333, very expensive number. And there you go, now we have duplicates. So what is the command here? Check this out. Select distinct, and now you need to say in what kind of columns you are searching for unique data, and that will be all three of these in this specific case because the table is small. Name and last name and telephone, but don't use ID, okay? But the moment when you include ID, you will get them all, so that is not purpose. Just when you're searching for unique stuff, don't use ID. You're basically destroying the purpose of this command here. So search only by some individual characteristics like strings and telephone number and so on. Right, so where I was. Select distinct name, last name, telephone from, of course, from our target, and target is friends. And I think that everything will be fine. So there you go. We have only individual items here. Now let's select everything, okay, to see what's up. Select all from friends. And now we have a couple of them. Okay, so on position 15 we have Bill Gates, and 16 John Smith. Now the reason because there is a space between 11 and 15 is I messed up recording a couple of times this video, so I needed to insert and the record video and mess things up and delete the damn thing. So anyway, just remember that general structure of command is this: select distinct, and then you'll state column, specific one, I don't know what's your case, like column 3 for example, and from where? From some table. And don't forget to close your command. So that's pretty much it. You can practice a little bit if you like. I mean, the thing is very, very simple. So pay attention to something here. See, when we are listing by distinct, we have 5 rows, so 5 results, and when we are of course grabbing everything, we have different number of results. So that's maybe something that you need to realize for reference. Okay, so anyway, I'm just gonna shut up. This was relatively easy. Thank you for watching as always. Thank you for support and subscription. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn something very fancy, and that is how to extract all results if you have just part of that result. For example, imagine that this is one big table with thousands of rows, and you have, for example, dozens of Anastasias. Now the name will be same, but the last name will be different. Just imagine that. So the actual command will go like this. Select all data from that specific table, okay, as a source, where name or column, some column, it is not important, this is just generic, equals something that you know. Okay, so that's a general structure of command. Very simple stuff, very similar to what we have done before. Okay, so let's actually do that. And select all from friends where, uppercase because that's keyword, okay, where name equals, single quotes, don't forget that, Anastasia, okay, and right here we have our result. Now, of course, we have just one result here, but just imagine that your table is really big. So let's actually do that. For example, let's insert something here really quickly. Insert into friends. I just want you to have that feel that you're working with different results. Values. Okay. Null and Anastasia, and surname will be some, I don't know, and yeah, the telephone 555-444. There you go. And now let's issue our command. Select all from friends where name is Anastasia, and there you go, you have two different results. Now here's the thing. We have extracted everything, but of course you can extract individual columns because this is just a simple table and you have 15 columns in your table. So here we go. Select, let's say ID and name, or let's just say last name, because I don't want to confuse you having a name here and also in a where clause. So last name and telephone from, don't forget that, from friends where name equals Bill. Yeah, sure, there you go. So you have just ID, same surname and same telephone in this case. Okay, now let's change that to, I don't know what we have in the results. Larry King, very fancy fella. And there you go, we have Larry on number 10 because he deserves it to be on a ID with 0 and 1 together. Right, so where was last name, telephone, and sure, you can change the order of columns in the reports. Okay, so you can have ID here, okay, but we can have last name as first and then telephone in the middle and then name and then ID at the end. So sure, we can do that. So let's see what's up, and there you go. So you can, you know, do wonders with your reports. This is why I really like this database stuff. You can so combine stuff here. I mean, you can do all kind of reports just for practice, and it will be fun. And not to mention when you create some kind of money-making website or application, so you can improve it in so many ways. So based on one database, one table, you can have dozens of pages in your website where you will put some kind of advertising, start making money, but those pages will be basically different reports, okay, like soccer results, I don't know, something like that. Okay, I'm gonna shut up and render here. So as always, thank you for watching, for support and subscription. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to combine requests. For example, just imagine that you have thousands of rows on a person in this table and you have dozens of columns, like 10 of columns, so a lot of data. But you want to extract data only about one person, and you know stuff, for example, from two columns, like name and last name, or name and telephone, or ID and telephone. Now, we will not get into reasons why you have that data. You just have couple of them, but not all, to extract more from your table. So let's actually construct one request. So select all, because we are searching for all rows based on two things. This is simplest possible scenario. So select all from our target, where we said that you will use where plus and where plus or. So where name equals, for example, Larry, and uppercase, because it's a keyword, it's a part of MySQL syntax. And also, let's say we have last name, which is the first, and based on that we need everything else, so from same row. Okay, and let's see what's up. There you go, we have all other stuff, all other columns from our table. Now maybe this looks simple, but just imagine that you have a lot of rows and you have like 10 columns here. So that this option means a lot. Okay, it's very, very useful in practice basically. So here's the question: can you combine couple of names in the same request? Let's just see what's gonna happen. So name Larry will remain, and name, for example, John. Will that work? No, it will not work. You get empty set. I mean, request as request is fine, but it's totally, it doesn't make sense. Okay, so you cannot interchange, you cannot intercross these data in requests. So you are only interested in one line, and from that line you knew couple of stuff. Okay, ID and telephone, Larry and telephone. Well, let's actually do that. So select all from friends, where ID equals, well, let's say 15, and telephone equals 444888, and you will get Bill Gates. But Bill Gates only on position 15. Okay, so we have two Bill Gates here, but you will get only one of them. Okay, why? Because we said that in the request we are just interested into that entry on row 15. Okay, so that's very cool. Now see here, we are grabbing all, but we can also split what we need to grab, like this. Select, for example, just a name from friends, where ID equals, let me see what I have on top of these results, where ID is 16, and last name equals, what was it, Smith. And there you have just John. Why you have just John? Because here in the request you are interested in only one column. Okay, so you can combine these columns. Your reports can be simple when they are done, but actual request can be complicated. Okay, now here's the thing. What if you work, for example, for police department, and on a scene of accident or something you have just two things, and you don't know if those things are interconnected. So you want to go through all your databases, all your tables, and you want to see is there anything in those databases. So then you will use OR. So you have couple of things, you don't know if they are connected, you are just trying to establish that overall picture if you have something in the database at all. So let me just clear this terminal a bit. Let's see with what we are working with. Select all from friends. Okay, right. So let's say that you on the place of accident you have just ID for John, and that you have just a piece of some paper 555 444. That's like a telephone number. I don't know. Look, those data are like truly random, so you're trying to get some connection between them, if there is connection at all in some database, like database of police forces. Where I was, yeah. So select all. You are just going to grab everything because you don't know what you have. So you will start with the big stuff. So select all from friends. Where, okay, we said that name will be John. You find that, for example, ID or something. And, oh sorry, or telephone, which was on some piece of paper, was 555 444. And now you will not get only one result. You will get, well, telephone. What the hell? Telephone. Right, so there you go. We have a couple of things here. So not just that we have established two things here, that we have error basically now the database, that we have duplicated elements, we also establish that we have two persons with a lot of data about them. John, there is a John, okay, fine, that was on ID, some kind of ID, and there is also some Anastasia with that, you know, phone number. So maybe John was trying to get to Anastasia, and then he just bumped into, I don't know, some wall or something scary like that. So this was just, you know, scary plastic example, but I'm definitely sure that you get the point. Okay, so let's use some other approach here. So let's say you have some old report from some old metric printer, and you cannot see everything on that printer. It's destroyed, it was into some kind of mud, and you just see a couple of things like ID of something and last name of something. So you will say, you see ID, and that ID, well, of course will be number, so that will be like 3, but you also see last name, and that last name is some, I don't know. Now when you set that request to database, you get these results. So for some reason you get the part of the picture of what was it on that piece of paper that was printed like 5 decades ago. Okay, so see you next video. As always, thank you for watching, for support and subscription, and see you there. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to work with not, which is one of the conditions. Now in the last tutorial we have used and or, and we said that we will always use it in combination with where. Now the same thing with not, so you will always say where not, and for example telephone equals specific number. So this is kind of theoretical approach. Let's first see with what we are working with here, because this is a new terminal, new day. Right, so here's the thing, we will use not every time when we need to disregard something. So let's disregard John, but with using telephone number. So this is what you will type: select all to grab everything from friends where not telephone equals that specific entry 111333. Now some people will say, oh, that's so weird, I mean first where and then not. Well, normal thing in English will be like where telephone is not that specific number. But this is MySQL, you know, this is like a software, so this is not native English, this is not normal human language. It is close to human language, but still this is IT stuff. So just remember uppercases, and you will combine them, and left side is where and right side is not. So let's issue this command, and there you go. Is there John here by that specific number? No, so everything is fine. Now, can you combine a couple of these nots? Well, sure, and then you will combine that with AND or with OR. So let me just explain. Select everything again from friends, where, for example, not, let's say name equals Anastasia, and now you will need to type not again. So every time when you're using or not or and not, you must say not after that, because you will get a different result if you just state and here. So you must combine and not, okay? Don't forget that. I mean, maybe you will forget that, probably will, but you know, just for reference. And not, for example, last name is Gates equals Gates. Okay, and now we need to get everything except Anastasia's, and there is two Anastasia's here. Okay, position 2 and 17 with different last names. So we will disregard that, and we will disregard all persons with Gates as a surname. So let's see what's up. And there you go. There is no Anastasia, there is no Gateses. Right. Now see here, we have used select all from, but we can also state a couple of columns individually, like select ID and, for example, name, just name, and last name or telephone. Okay, from, don't forget that, from friends, where let's say last name, not, sorry, I forget not, where not last name equals, let me see, I don't know, Fox. Let's disregard Samantha and get everyone else, which is too bad. Right, so there you go. Now we have everything except Samantha and only specific columns. So very simple stuff. You know, if you're confused, maybe you are, maybe not, just practice here with one column, and then use, you know, one thing with just one not, and over time, you know, tomorrow or a couple of hours later, just go into this tutorial refreshed, and then combine a couple of these ands and ors and so on. So normally you will get a different result. For example, if you wanna use or. So let me type that here. Now what will happen if I say or? See, we have pretty much got everything. So where not will always be used in combination with and, because when you say or, there is a great chance that you will interchange a couple of things, that you will mix things, so you'll get wrong results. You know, in most cases you will be pretty much happy with and in combination with not. So just remember that. Anyway, yeah, 5 minutes tutorial, pretty much longer than I thought about this simple not, but as always, thank you for watching, for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to totally reverse our reports. In which sense? Well, check this ID here. So normally we have results ascending from 1 to bigger number, but what if for some reason you need a totally different thing, totally opposite thing, from bigger number to smaller number? Why? Well, you are creating some kind of CMS and you wanna your entries to be, last entries to be first. Okay, so that's a, you know, normal approach here, normal request. So we will use two new things here, basically. I mean, not two, but four. Let me explain. Order by, okay, and then you will say which column is object of your interest. So column X, for example, and then you will say either ascending or descending. So either data will be go up or they will go down, and that works for numbers and for characters, like normal integers from 1 to X, and normal characters like letters from A, B, C, D, and reverse. Right, so that's the kind of theory. Where I was, yeah. So let's reverse everything here in ID. Select everything from friends. Yeah, I always mess these friends. Damn it. From friends, order by ID descending. Okay. And there you go. We have our result. Now, can you do that with any other column? Well, sure. So let's work with name here. Column name. Order by name ascending. Okay, and now Anastasia will be first, and then we will have Bill, and so on and so on. In the words of Slavoj Žižek, blah blah blah, and so on. There you go, it works. If you wanna put Samantha on a position 1 and Anastasia totally at the bottom, you will just reverse that with the SC. And blah blah blah, enter. There you go, the thing works. So just remember, it is very simple. First, you will have a general command, what you need, what kind of data, then order by, then column, and then assets or desets, ascending or descending. Now, here's the thing. Can you, for example, issue one column as criteria and then get any other columns like result? Well, you can do that, but it will be cryptic. So let's actually type that. So you will search by, for example, sorry, last name. You want to set last name as criteria, assets, ascending, but you want to grab ID and name and telephone. Okay, now when you get your result, everything will be fine. That's totally fine, but it's a little bit it's not simple. It's you don't have a reference point. So when you search for specific criteria, maybe the best option is to first use that criteria, like here. Okay, let me, like a first thing will be that criteria, and then most people will use automatically ID after that, because then your report will have sense. So, yep, ascending. So last names are listed by ascending, and now let's turn it into opposite direction, the SC. Okay, there you go. So if this looks a little bit too cryptic, just this is what you need to do. Always work with the general big report, select all from specific table, and then practice on small set of elements on one column, for example, order by that specific column. I don't know which one you have in your database basically, and then say assets for ascending or desets for descending result. So if you're confused, always work on everything using just one column as a simplest possible criteria. Right, so I think that's pretty much, well, relatively simple, but, you know, through a couple of minutes or hours of practice, you will get there. So, anyway, as always, thank you for watching, for support and subscription. Just remember, if you are tired, rest yourself. If you don't understand immediately, don't use complicated commands, use the simplest one, like here, and you will be fine. Thank you for watching, see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, welcome to tutorial where we will learn how to change only one thing in a column on that specific row. So objective will be in a telephone column to change John's number to 6 zeros. It is a stupid number, but it is good for illustration. It is simple to remember what you are doing. Okay, but you need to be extremely cautious here, because one error can destroy everything in at least one column, and we will intentionally get into error, but a little bit later. Let's just start with the simple stuff here. So update, and that's the new keyword. Update in which table? Friends. Okay, and then you need to say set, uppercase, but set where? Set in a specific column, which in this case will be telephone. Now, what is the value? 000,000. Okay, press enter once, okay, only once. And let's go to the next line. Now we need to say where we need to change this thing. We have actual command, update and set something. We have our target and our actual value. But where is that row? So you need to at least use ID here, or a combination of couple of names of columns. So simplest possible way is to use ID if they are different. So if they are set as automatic increment. Right, so where ID equals 1 in this case, and the better option will be to enclose that into normal brackets. Okay, it's easier to understand. Now semicolon, don't forget that, and enter, and row 1 request is done. So let's see, do we have actual results? And there you go, we have 0. Why we don't have 6 zeros here? Well, because 0 is 0 no matter how you times type it. Okay, so maybe we can use something else. So let's actually change this 0 to 999,999, and approach will be again update table, set that the data in a telephone column is this one, where for ID that is 1. Okay, and now let's list our result, and there you go, we have everything what needs to be done. Now here's the thing, to be totally sure that you will not run into error, do combine couple of columns to be absolutely sure that you will not destroy everything here. So what will the approach be here? Update again, friends, set telephone, for example, or set actually last name, let's say, that is equal to gates, okay, couple of z's. Okay, and let's go to next line, where. So now we will combine things, where a name equals Bill, and last name equals Gates. Okay, 1s. So you cannot combine IDs here because they are different, but you can change actual strings. Okay, let's issue that command, and result will be 2 things changed. So let's list our stuff, and there you go, we have gate z here as a new value. Okay, so definitely do combine couple of things to be sure that you will not change everything else. So why am I always stating that be cautious? Because of this. And now we will, with one line, destroy absolutely everything in a one column. And can you imagine what kind of impact will be in your company if you create that kind of error, for example, some prices or sold product or worker's salary? I mean, it can cost you immense amount of money. So this one line is like evaded like a plague. Update, for example, friends, set, for example, telephone that is 111,111, and now you will not state where. So default is everywhere, and it is extremely dangerous and scary. Check this out. Now you will say, oh, everything is fine. Is it? all 8 rows affected. So absolutely everything. If you have 10,000 rows here, they will all be totally destroyed. And check this listing, select all from friends. There you go, everything is totally messed up. Now I'm using here, only numbers, but you just get the point if you enter something stupid like, I don't know, set telephone and you don't type anything. Oh, you need to type something, sorry. So let's say you type just 0 and result will be total annihilation of telephone numbers. And this is not that scary, but imagine if you are deleting a unique like personal identification or something like people's salaries, hourly rates and so on. I mean, this is like a total disaster. So just remember, use update where and set specific column to be, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, some actual data, okay, but column X, specific column. Yeah, right. Now then press enter and then say where. Don't forget where. Open normal brackets and say column X, for example, that it is ID, and column Y, for example, is like names or something like that. But be very, very precise, okay? And after that, just type semicolon and issue the command. Now, I advise you, if you're creating something for your client, do create backups of your database before issuing updates manually, and even when you're writing scripts, because man, you can totally, I don't want to even think about it. I mean, it can be disaster. So anyway, I'm just gonna shut up. You see basically what I'm talking about here. It can be dangerous. Don't play around too much. Put things on a paper. Do have a backup, and you will probably be fine. As always, thank you for watching. Thank you for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to delete specific row here using specific criteria. So the simplest possible scenario is to use ID, because ID in this and many other cases will be unique, okay? But if for some reason you don't have ID, and I really can't imagine that case, just use combination of couple of columns to secure correct results. So the generally command will go like this: delete from some table where ID is, or any other column is, specific value. So always use uppercases, and it will even work, as you know, probably up to now, with lowercases and even with interchange cases. So anyway, that's the not big deal. So let's go. Let's delete John using ID. So why, for example? Because we have multiple Johns. So assumption is, well, maybe if this is the latest John Smith, well, maybe, this is kind of obsolete. I don't know. This is just example. So delete from table is friends where, and now let's define our target by ID, which will be 1, and let's issue our command. Now query OK, so let's check, is there John there? No, John is obsolete now. So as I said, you can always combine a couple of columns, so let's actually do that. Sorry. Delete again from specific table friends where, and in quotes, not in quotes, in brackets, normal brackets, always group them by brackets. We will say name equals, for example, Anastasia. But now when you issue this command, all Anastasias will be deleted. So we have 2 of them here, different. Okay, so let's precisely define them. Anastasia and last name is Sam. Equals Sam. Okay. Enter and Query OK. Let's check our results. And there is no Anastasia with the last name Sam. So what will happen, for example, if you want to delete a couple of rows here using IDs when in between those IDs you have OR. So ID, for example, 2 or ID 16. Then what will happen? Let's see. Delete from friends, okay, where ID equals 2 or ID equals 16, and let's see what's up. So apparently everything is fine, and there you go, there is no 2 and 16, but we knew that we have 2 and 16. But what will happen if you are using existing and non-existing ID? So let me just switch that example to using 3 here. Okay, and for example 25. We will get into some kind of error. Well, no, because we have ID, and when you use OR in between, then any of these will be executed without any kind of problem. So let's actually check our results, and there you go, there is no number 3. Samantha has gone, unfortunately. Now let's go to dangerous stuff. What will happen if you want to delete something by, for example, telephone, but you will not save where? Will that delete everything? So let's actually check that. So delete from friends where telephone equals 1. I mean, I don't know what I said basically a couple of seconds ago, but I was thinking about when the data is common. Okay, so we are just looking into one column here, and for example, if you forget what you are doing and you have big data table, then you can run into this kind of issues. So everything will be fine, but check this out. Query OK, 3 rows affected. So if you're not precise enough, then you can destroy everything. So let's actually check if there is something in a database. Well, empty set. So that's a big deal. So please pay strict attention when you are updating and deleting. Always use ID in combination with something or a couple of these columns. Don't just issue this command if you don't have a backup of your system, I mean your database. Basically it is very, very dangerous thing. I mean, sure, the table still exists here, so let's check that. Data is there, but unfortunately no results. So anyway, relatively short and relatively simple tutorial. Just remember, don't play around in production, do have a backup. And as always, thank you for watching, for support and subscription. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to search for a specific element in a couple of ways, but me being me, in the last tutorial deleted everything, every row, so I need to really quickly insert something here. Of course, you can just skip this part and yeah, sure, you can watch this of course. So I will try to be quick. And I will pretty much shut up here. Let's say Anna Smith with 111 222 for number. Let's see what's up. Okay, that's cool. Values. And yet another. Something very simple. Yeah, I think we are cool. Okay, select all from everything. Let's see what's up. Okay, so we have some data to work with. Nice. Okay, let's search for telephones, all telephones that start with one number, and let's say that number will be 1. So again, you will say, when you're creating your reports normally, you will say select, and let's grab everything from friends, where telephone, that's our column. Now what you need to use is new keyword, like. Okay, you will always use like when you are searching for things, and you will use strings after that. Inside of strings you will state what will be first character in this case, and that will be 1, but that is not enough. See, we have couple of numbers here, okay, and the first one is 1, but it can be a lot of numbers after that. So to grab everything, every possibility, you will use % symbol. Okay, and now we will get only that one result, because there is only one Anna here with that number. Now this is useful, for example, if you are grabbing the range of IDs when you don't have a lot of entries. Let me explain. So you can also say from IDs, and then you will get all ones. See, 1 1, so that's cool. Now of course you can use any other column, no problem. Okay, let's say name, and the same thing, you will just type alpha here, and then you will get both of Annas. There you go. Cool stuff. So just remember, when you know one character, one number in a first position, you will use that character and then % symbol, and then you will get all possible results, all possible ranges. Okay, next thing. What if you know just couple of or only one character at the end of specific element? So we are not talking about first character, we are talking about one or couple of last characters. So let's, for example, find all last names that ends in Z. Okay, ends in Z. So select all. That's simple stuff. I mean, like from example above, where very simple stuff. Last name. That's our column of interest, like. And now check this out. You just need to change one thing. So the last character is Z, but Z, but before that you will use % symbol. So this % is like all others, everything else. Here we have it at the start, and here we have it at the top. I mean at the end. And there you go, there is one person with last name Z. Now, of course, you can use couple of characters at the end. Let me see what I have in my imaginary table. Okay, let's say 77 is a number we are looking for. So telephone is our column of interest, and last two are 77, and then of course we'll get only Jon Snow. And there you go. Next thing. What if, for example, if you wanna exclude some row from a result? For some reason, I don't know that reason, but you just wanna remove all Smiths from your report. So what you're going to do is use not like. So use it before like, okay, not like, and then just type S, okay, sum, that's enough, and after that we will use % symbol, and there you go. Oops, what I did, telephone. Oh yeah, sorry, I need to work with last name, and now we will get all results, but without Smith as a last name. There you go. Very cool stuff. Just remember, like, not like. Very cool stuff. Okay, next question. What if you know something in between? For example, check our numbers here, I mean telephone numbers. So let's say that you are searching for a number with 1 and 2 somewhere in it. So here's the approach. Okay, we will work with telephone, and we are searching for that, so we are not excluding. Now the thing is that you will use 2% symbols, and left percent symbol means up to that, and well, how to describe this? Well, this is like imaginary left side with a lot of content and imaginary right side, and in between we will have these two characters that we know. So these percents are like everything else from left and everything else from right side. Okay, and there you go, we have Anna Smith with 1, 2 in the middle. Very cool stuff. Just remember, like, little, like or not like, and put percent symbol. It depends what you're searching for, but it can be after, it can be before, whatever. And of course, if you want to grab something in the middle, you will use on the left and the right side percent symbols. So that's pretty much it. So you can practice this, but you will grasp this over time through practice, so don't worry too much. Okay, that's about it. As always, thank you for watching, for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, welcome to tutorial where we will learn how to simplify our research. So what I mean basically here is that, remember when we were using where in combination with or to find things? Okay, so that's a long process. You need to say something like this, where a name equals, for example, this, or name equals that, and so on and so on. So every time you need to type basically the name of column and or in between, and that's a lot of typing. So this is like a normal and easy, but what if you have 10 things? So 10 times you need to type name equals this and that and so on. So very, very boring and tedious job. So solution is to use something else, and that will be where in combination with a new keyword, which is in. So in is characterized by using bracket, and inside of brackets you'll say what you want to search, for example this and that. So you will basically put all these requests down there and unify them inside of brackets. So that's like a general theory. So let's do something with our examples. Let's say that we are going to search for gates Z and for snow using in. Okay, so let's do that. Select everything from friends, where last name in. Okay, so after the name of column, after that you will state in then, and you'll open bracket and let's type what we know, for example gates, gate Z, and what else we have, snow, and now we will get just 2 results, and that's what we need. Right, so even if we have something which is not in a database, the thing will still work. Check this out, x66, and there you go, we have only 1 result. So that's very similar when we were using or, but you need to type more. So what is interesting here is, let's compare that with or, if you have forgot that. So where last name, for example, equals gates, or last name equals snow. And this will work, but it's a lot of things to type. So some people say, well, it's not a big deal. I mean, yeah, sure, but we have here only 1 column, which is relatively short. But what if your column is named like with 25 characters? So every time you need to type that, and then equals, and then what you know, and then or, and so on and so on. Very, very boring stuff to do. So there is yet another thing where you can use in, and that is combination with not in. So let's say that you know a couple of things, but you want to exclude that and get everything else. So let's start. Select all from friends, where, for example, last name or name not in, and now we will again open bracket and let's see what we have in a database. Well, we have same names, so we need to change things to telephone. Okay, right? So sorry about that. Telephone will be like 555-666 and 66777. So now we will exclude these numbers from report and we will get everything else. There you go. You don't have these numbers down there, and of course every time when you are selecting here everything, you can also select only things you are interested in. For example, only ID, only name, and only telephone. Now this tend to look simple, but just imagine that you have 25 columns here, and you will easily understand why this option here to extract only what you need is very useful. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Nothing special, nothing fancy and scary here. Just remember that every time when on top of your mind is usage of or, think about can you transfer that to usage of in or even not in option. So anyway, I'm gonna shut up. Probably I will go to bed because I'm tired, and as always, thank you for watching, for support and subscription, and see you tomorrow in the next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to grab specific number of rows in your reports. Why is that important? Well, the simple solution is, example is when you're creating some kind of content management system, CMSs, and you want to grab last 5 or last 50 or something like that. So you don't need to type too much in, for example, PHP, you don't need complicated algorithms and so on. Everything is pretty much done for you on a level of MySQL database. So the command is very simple and straightforward, and it will go like this. So let's say that we want to grab only 2 from the top, and the command will be select all, nothing fancy here, nothing new, from friends, limit, for example, 2, and now you will get only these 2, and because they are first. Now of course I deleted these examples from 1 up to here, but that is really not that important. You don't need to have only all IDs here in order, because over time of course you will delete some rows and then those ID will not be in usage anymore. So when you say limit 2, you will get only 2 numbers here. Very cool stuff, very useful stuff. It will save you so much of time when you're creating your own CMS. Now of course, can you use a couple of columns? Well, sure. Let's say name and telephone, and that will give you the same result with different columns. So that's a very cool thing. Now here's the thing, if you are working with some other applications and databases as Microsoft Access or Access, what is the term here, I don't know, they will use not limit here, okay, they will use top. So if you are reading some kind of tutorials, and if you are trying to apply that command here, you will run into this number. So you have an error in your SQL syntax. Don't be surprised, everything is fine, just don't use top, that is for Microsoft Access, use limit. Very cool stuff. And yet another thing, if you are creating that CMS and you say I want to last 50, for example, prices of Bitcoin in some table, and you have only 10, for example, prices, actually when you issue this command everything will be fine, because as I said, everything is already fixed on a level of database. MySQL will recognize what you're trying to grab here, and it will not create any kind of problems for you. So that's pretty much it for this tutorial, very short one, the shortest in this playlist. Just remember, in MySQL, do not use top, use limit, and that specific number. So I'm gonna shut up, render, and as always, thank you for watching, see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to extract the specific range of results, and to do that we will use between new keyword and always in combination with where at the left side. Okay, so that's like a pseudo approach. So new day, a new table, I mean not new table but new select all from that table. Okay, so let's grab everything from this number, like a lower part, to that number. Just imagine that you have here, I don't know, 10,000 of rows, and when we are grabbing range, you will always work with either IDs or serial number of products, or even better, prices. That is the common case. So where I was? Yeah, select all from friends, and let's go to next line. So where ID, now you don't need to say is between, you just need to say between. That is enough. A lower part, and now don't say middle line, just use keyword and. Okay, so there is no middle line here, minus symbol. Okay, just and, or, and so on. So where I was? Yeah, upper part, for example, this number, and I think that everything will be fine. So there you go. There is a silly situation here where you can use only you can use between, but with only one row, and then you will get that row actually. It's a longer way to extract it, but sure, you know, it will work. Why not? So where between 18 and 18, sorry. And there you go, it will work. Now the cool stuff about this command is that you can combine that with not between. For example, when you wanna evade, for example, this range here from 20 to 21. Okay, so select all from friends where ID not between 20 and 21, for example, and you will get all other options. So just practice for a couple of minutes. This is nothing special here, and remember that you will use between or not between always in combination with where, and that will be the simplest possible scenario. And always work with either IDs or something that looks relatively unique, like prices of different products and so on. Okay, so anyway, 3 minutes, not so long tutorial. Thank you for watching, and as always, see you in next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn something very dangerous, and that is how to delete absolutely everything in a table. Okay, so table as table will remain intact as a structure of table, but actual rows, they will be totally destroyed. Absolutely everything in every column. Okay, so there is a couple of approach we can use here. The first approach is slow, but it can be done. For example, when you're using some kind of Perl, PHP, Python script to extract all IDs and then issue all individual delete commands for individual IDs, okay, and that's kind of slow and took a lot of resources. So if your script breaks in the middle, you will never be sure what's happening with the rest of the operation. So you then actually need to go manually in a database and see what's up. So that's kind of slow and relatively stupid approach, but sometimes it can work if you have a little bit of data, like a couple of dozens or hundreds, I don't know. Now the actual total destruction command in MySQL dedicated to delete everything is truncate table. Okay, truncate table, and then name of the table, in this case that will be friends. Okay, but I just want you to know that there are a couple of other options. So let's actually delete one row, you know that, but let's remind ourselves how that will work. So that will go like this: delete from table friends where ID equals that number. Okay, and that will work. So let's check our table, and there is no that entry here. Now if you say here delete all from friends, maybe that will work, but let's use truncate table first. Okay, truncate table friends, and in many cases here you will have a slight pause, like a seconds or a couple of seconds. It depends how your table is big. So let's just see what's happening. See, there you go. So 0 rows affected, but basically everything is affected, so that's the case. Okay, select all from friends, and there is nothing there, but table is there. Okay, so let's actually insert one row just for testing purposes and see, can we use delete all from table to actually remove everything? Will we have some kind of error? Okay, so let's insert couple of values. Insert into friends, next line values, a null, and that need not to be in a string because that's not string, that's keyword. And let's say the names will be Slavoj, Žižek, and the phone number, which I don't know, 555, 444, whatever. So that will be one entry. And let's insert yet another famous fella. Values, null, and you will guess that this will be Jordan Peterson. Okay. 888777, whatever. Okay, now let's see what's up. Select all from philosophers, and right, we have two entries. So will this command work? Delete all from friends, and that will not work. Okay, so you can either use truncate table or do stuff individually. Okay, now you can also combine delete with what's the term here, between. Okay, so we have just two options here, between 1 and 2. So let's actually do that. Delete from friends where ID between 1 and 2, and that will work. Okay, so right now we don't have anything in a table. Select all from everything, and there you go. The table is basically there. So where is that? Oh, it's easier to type. Sometimes I'm stupid. Describe friends, and there you go. The table is here, but no data. So either use specific range, delete from friends where ID between this and that, or any other option in combination with where and between, but the easiest possible solution is the most scary one and most destructive one, and that will be truncate table, that one, friends in this case, and there you go. Now of course 0 rows affected, but as I said, everything is affected. There is nothing in a table. Okay, short tutorial. Please do not play around in production when you're developing your CMS, even when you are practicing your CMS. Do create all kind of backups, please. Right, so I will become famous because in a one line I deleted Žižek and Peterson, so that's like very nice stuff, when you have that kind of power to remove those two names from the face of YouTube tutorials. Whatever, I'm babbling, blah blah blah, as Žižek says. So anyway, I'm gonna shut up, and as always, thank you for watching. See you in the next tutorial. Hello YouTube, objective in this tutorial will be to learn how to delete, how to destroy totally our table, and then how to destroy our database, basically. So everything will be fine with the actual MySQL server, but we'll delete totally table and database. So allow me to log in with my ultra secure password and show databases. Okay. So we are working with test, so let's get in, use test, and we are in. So how to show which tables we have in this database. Show tables in test, and here we are. So after issuing next command, there is no going back. So this will totally destroy this table. And command is drop table friends, and that's it. This is the point of no return. So let's press enter, and 0 rows affected basically, but table is gone. So let's show tables again, and empty set, no tables. Okay, so how to delete database, whole database? You need to say drop database, and database is actually test, and after this there is no any kind of possibility to return our database, so enter, and that's it. So show databases, and test is totally destroyed. So just remember that when you want to delete database, use this, table, drop table sum, okay, and that will do the job. And if you want to delete database, you will say drop database, that one. Okay, so very short tutorial, nothing special here pretty much. Please do have a backup of whatever you do before issuing this command. It's very destructive, and there is no possibility to go back. Okay, so from now on we will learn about joins, but before that we need to create two tables, and we will do that in the next tutorial. So we will probably work with some kind of company emulation. We will have products and stores, but I will skip for today work because I catch some cold, so I definitely need to shut up and enjoy a little bit of tea a little bit later. So thank you for watching. As always, sorry for me talking through nose, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, let's start talking about joins. But before we do that, before we get into left join, right join, inner join and so on, we need to work with actual data. We need to have database, and we need to have tables. So we will create our database, which will be corp, like corporation, and inside we will have two tables. One will be dedicated for actual general data about stores, so the city of store, the products into that store, the availability and prices of products and so on, and documents. And these documents will be classical accounting documents that will be shipped with every product individually. So let's say I have a central of my corporation in New York, and when I send things to Berlin, London or Paris, I will send products, but I will also send individual documents important for that individual product. Okay, so let's actually do that. So let's create a database, corp. Okay, let's use it, use corp, right? So next step is to create stores. That will be the table. So create table stores, and we will have a couple of things here. Now store ID, because we will have, for example, 10 smaller offices all around the globe, in USA, Canada, Europe, for example. So that will be individual ID in a database. Okay, so integer, not null, and primary key, and auto increment. Okay, next line. We need to know about cities. So city, where we have stores, and that will be variable character up to, let's say, 30 characters. Now we also need store name, and that will also be varchar up to, for example, 30. Now we also need the name of products, product name, for example, varchar up to, I don't know, 50. Now we need to know how many of products we have in our store, so how many of them are available in a specific moment. Okay, that will be a number, integer, okay, whole number. You can have fraction of products, either you're selling on a piece or on kilo, something like that. And we will have price, of course. And we'll use integer here because I want to simplify things, but normally in production we will use float, decimal or double. So for simplicity reasons I will just go with the whole number. And that will be, I think, pretty much it for this table. Let me check. Individual ID, location, name of store, product, the storage capacity or state, and price. So that's kind of cool. Okay, so right. Okay, next thing, documents. Create a table, documents. Now we need to have a document ID inside of our database, unique stuff, so that will be integer, not null. Primary key, auto increment. Okay, the next thing is actual accounting number of that individual document that will accompany actual product along the way. Okay, like internal number of documents that are also important for tax services, for when government send revisions, you know, the people who will check documents for legality and so on. So let's just say that that will be like a, I don't know, internal doc, internal number, let's say, and that will be of course integer, right? Right, so that's it, internal number of document. And now interesting part. So when we send from our central in New York, for example, we need to state in this table in which store we are sending our documents and our products. Okay, and the stupid thing here is to use store name because that thing can change over time. And you need to type a lot in requests, in queries. So the best thing here is to use IDs of that store. Okay, so this is very, very awesome stuff about database. Always use numbers to interconnect things and never mess around with actual strings, because strings can change over time. You need to type a lot, and the numbers, first they are unique and then they are small to type. So let's connect every individual document with some individual store. So that will be SID, and that will be integer. So that's it. Now you don't need to state here that we are not creating here primary key. Okay, it's already done here. So in one table, it is normal to have only one ID, okay, which will be primary key and auto incremented. There is no purpose in interconnection and multiplication of IDs. What's the point? You will create all kind of mess. So only one primary key in an individual table. Right, so I think we are cool. So let's press enter. Okay, and let's see if everything is fine. So the number of tables, show tables in corp. Okay, that's cool. And describe documents or stores first. Let me see. Integer, variable, 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 character, integer and integer. Okay, that's cool. Primary key, so that's fine. And describe documents. Okay, that's the name of our table for accounting papers. Okay, individual ID, internal accounting number, and connection with specific store somewhere in USA, Canada, Europe, and so on. Right, so that's cool. Now, in the next tutorial, I will prepare prepared a lot of entries here. I don't want you to waste, your time watching me typing these individual entries 15 or 20 minutes. So in the next tutorial you will see this table populated with actual data. Okay, there will be no lot of them, just enough so you can grasp the basic. So then you can pause next video and then copy paste that basically here with manual inserts, or you can just relax, lay back and see what I'm doing. Right, so I'm gonna shut up, and as always, thank you for watching, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, welcome to tutorial where we will talk about inner joins, and this is situation right now after I took a couple of minutes to populate our database. So let's briefly see what we have here. Total we have 8 stores all around the globe, 2 of them in London, 2 of them in Berlin, 2 of them in Moscow, 1 in Miami and 1 in Paris, with some kind of products there, and we have available number in a storage house of those products, and this is unique price. Okay, unique price for unique product. So that's about stores, right? Documents. Now let's say that we are in process of shipping new products and accounting papers to some of those locations. So normally we will have ID, which is automatic one, and then we will have individual internal accounting number on some A4 piece of paper that goes with the products, and this here is exact location of those cities, those individual stores. See, there is no need here to type that we are sending to London and London 1, because this ID here is SID, and it will link automatically to this SID here. See, number 1. So when we are typing into some kind of mainframe form or HTML form, whatever, it is just enough, for example, to type 1, and that will be enough, because system will automatically recognize that this product, this paper we are sending to London, and especially to first store, and that will be a bunch of, I don't know, some products. Okay, now this is situation right now in these stores, and this is like packages that are prepared right now, and they are on the way. Okay, so this packet is going to number 1, and number 1 is in London location 1. Same thing here, for example, for location 4. This is internal number, this one, automatic number in our table is this one, and this packet and documents will go to location number 4, which is Berlin, location 2, and we are sending something. Now inner join basically means that we wanna grab reports from both of these tables in such a way that one column will be in both of these tables. Let me explain using a wiki page. See this here? This is documentation on this page for joins, SQL joins. So inner join basically is represented with this Venn diagram here. So we have table A and table B, and the report that we want to generate will be based by some common thing between those two tables. And in our case, in both of tables we have this SID. We have it here, and that is primary key here, okay, in this table, stores, but we also have it here like a secondary ID, but it is still here. Now this is secondary key here because primary key is document ID. Okay, so you need to separate these things in your head. Now you can have primary key from one table as a secondary key in another table, so that this key will be like a connecting point between those two tables. So that will be the part of our criteria. So that's like a theory. Now let's actually go to our code, to our SQL command. So let's say that we want to grab city where we are sending, and we want to grab actual store name, And we also want to grab internal number of that packet of that document. So let's type that here and let's see what will follow. So select. Now you will not say it everything, because we are not working just with one table. We are combining multiple columns from two tables, and this is simplest possible scenario. So first thing first, let's grab city column from stores. So you will type first originator stores and then dot and then city, okay, and then comma, and let's use the same analogy. Now let's grab store name from stores, okay, stores dot store name. Now that's pretty much enough from this table. So what we need from this table is internal number from documents, right? So comma and originator documents, okay, and then type dot and let's grab that internal number. So this is like when I type here on the left side something, that's like a house, that's like a big table, and when I type dot, that basically means we are entering a specific room. So that's like action of opening doors, and doors can be only one room, for example, and that will be the name of column. So right now we are searching for internal number in a house of documents, right? So documents dot internal number. And now let's go to next line, enter. Now here we need to say what is the primary, the big table, this one. So we will type from where, from stores, just that, okay, just that. Now let's press enter, and now we will type what kind of connection is that, what is that join, what is the type of join, and that will be inner join. Why inner? Because we are using common thing between those two tables, like a point of connection. And SD is a point of connection because it is here in this table and it is also here in this table. And you need to say, let's use uppercase, okay, inner join. Join with what? Join with documents. So that's how you say connect these two inner way, inner join documents. Okay, now next thing, we need to be very precise. Okay, now when we defined type of join, we need to say exactly what is that column, and this is how we need to type on. Now stores, okay, this is stores. Now dot, and this is primary key here, common thing between this and this table. So on stores dot SID equals. So this equals basically mean establish connection between common parts immediately. Okay, establish connection between one and one, connect them like a push wire between these two numbers, and this equality means exactly that, like weld them to each other, right? So location is documents, that's the name of our table, okay, and then dot, and then type SID. Why SID? Because it's the same name here and it is same name here, okay. Now when we have that, it is very nice to say how we want to list our reports. And we will use, for example, cities here as something that is important for us, for example, for courier or something, for people who will actually ship that. Okay, they need to know city, but they also need exact location, right? And you will use order here. So order by, so we are learning a couple of new keywords, order by and inner join, okay? Order by what? Order by stores, and from stores we are very interested in exact location, which is city, Okay, and that is end of our requests. So maybe this looks scary, but it is really not. So let's actually push enter and let's see what's up. Okay, there you go. So this is our report and everything is totally fine. And here is why. We have sent this document and packet to Berlin and exactly to Berlin 1. And let's actually check that. See, 222-3371, let's find it right here. 222-3371 went to number 3. And the number 3 is Berlin 1. So let's actually check that down there, and there you go. See? So let's once more repeat this because I really want you to grasp everything. So you will start your command by using select, and then you will use individual columns from both of these tables. Okay, first you need to state one table, then dot, then extract the name of column, then connect it with again couple of columns that are object of your interest. In this case we have from stores 2 columns, city and store name. But on the same line we need to also say that another table, documents, and that will be internal number, and this is the object of our interest. So where is that thing? Okay, it is in stores, and we are connecting that to documents, because if you have 100 tables you need to have some kind of way to tell database that you are connecting them for a report. So when you say from stores, that's like when 2 tables hug each other, like they connect generally with each other. So this is that, like in Venn diagram, general connection. But now when you have established that general connection, you need to be really precise. Now on this line you will say that you are connecting actually stores and documents using the same column, which will be SID, because that thing is in both of those tables. Okay, now when you have set that, you need to say how you want to list it, and for some reason for your workers that ship stuff, it is important that they know exact location like address and so on. So I have just used here city as a primary information for your worker. Okay, and there you go, you have your result. Now this is what I want you to do. Repeat this and understand this. If you have typed this data actually in your database. Now if you are not, just replay this video, and if you didn't understand, leave it until tomorrow or a couple of hours later, and then you will understand it over time. It is very simple. Choose a couple of columns, what kind of tables you are connecting, precisely how you are connecting them, and how do you want to order your listing. And that's generally what inner join is. Okay, inner join basically means connect 2 or more tables. And you can also can watch this page, but you don't have to, because it's very self-explanatory. This yellow in our case is just SID. So I need to grab a glass of water, and yep, thank you for watching, for support and subscription. See you next tutorial with another joins, and they are also important. So yeah, see you there. Hello YouTube, welcome to story about left joins. Okay, so the thing is very similar like in our last tutorial, except we will use not inner join but left join. So why do we need to use left join? When we will use it? Well, let me explain that through wiki page. See here this Venn diagram. Okay, so left join means we will grab absolutely everything from left side from our primary table, and based on a common column we are trying to establish what is missing. So what needs to be done in the right table to have some kind of equality. But remember, on the left side all data from primary table will be printed. And let's see what they wrote here. The result of left outer join or simply left join for tables A and B always contains all rows of the left table. So that is absolutely crucial. So if you are confused, always return to this page, and when you see how this look like, you will remind yourself very quickly. So remember, on a primary table, everything on the left side, and we are using some common element to see what is missing in our report. Okay, so let's actually do that. Select from stores city, from stores store name, and from secondary table documents we will grab, for example, internal number. From primary table, which is stores, and now we'll type left join to secondary table documents. Based on what? So what is the common thing? Common thing is SID. So that's like when two politicians met, if they didn't met before that, they will talk about some common things from history in a relationship between their ancestors and so on. So that's like a point of touching. Okay, so on stores.sid, connect that with documents.sid, and we can close our command here. We don't need to even order by that thing. Okay, so let's press enter, and there you go, we have results. This basically means that in these 4 locations we need to send new products, new packages with new accounting papers. So that's pretty much it. We need to send to Moscow, both of locations, to Miami and Paris. Very cool stuff. Just remember, the major difference when you are typing command will be you will not use inner but left here, and of course you will get totally different results. So that's the point. If you are a little bit confused, don't worry, just know that you can always return to this wiki page, and that will be pretty much fine. So yep, thank you for watching, and in this tutorial, in the next tutorial, we will talk about right join. And they are also very fancy and very useful. So thank you for watching, and see you there. Hello YouTube, welcome to story about right joins, and they are totally opposite from left joins. Meaning, when we are dealing with left joins, this table here was primary and this was secondary, and now the things are reversed. This will be secondary and this one primary. Why? Because we want to extract all from this table and only corresponding rows from this one, and all other things will be disregarded. So we are not interested in stores where things are not sent yet, right? And theoretically this is represented on wiki page, graphically, as this. So we will combine a couple of things from both of these tables in such a way that B table is primary. Everything what is in B table is important, and only some things from A table are important, and they will be connected using SID in our cases as a common connecting ground. Right, and to better understand what I'm talking about, I will also add 2 rows here, because I want you to see what's gonna happen in the report when some data is missing from SID. So let's quickly do that. Insert into documents. Okay, we'll use ID, we need that, and we need the internal number. That's what we need. And yep, values. So values will be null for ID because it's automatic, and let's use some relatively generic numbers for documents. I think that's cool. How many of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7. Okay, and yet another values. Where I was, just a second. Yeah, values. I think that's cool. Right, so let's see what's in that table. Okay, now I have 7 and 8 because I was re-recording this video, so I removed number 5 and the 6, so sorry about that. But important thing here is that we have 2 null values. So this is interesting because we wanna see in our final report where we didn't send anything, but they are in preparation, as I said, in accounting office. So let's go with our actual join. Select stores city and stores store name and documents table internal number. That's what we need. From stores, okay, next line, right join, that's important, right join to documents. Okay, point of connection on stores.sid. Let's connect that to documents.sid, and we will not group, order by our report. Just the primary stuff is a cool here. So there you go. So here's the thing. This is the right join kind of report. We see that all those packages with accounting papers, and there is 4 of them, okay, 4 of them left to these specific stores and these specific cities, but we have 2 of them in progress and they are not sent yet. We don't know city and obviously we don't know store name. It's not yet decided. Our central, central of our corporation didn't send those things yet. So that's very cool stuff about joins. Just remember that if you want to grab from one table which is not in another table in such a way that you want to see everything which is missing, use right join. I mean, of course, obviously over time you will get that feeling what you need to use where, but the right join, at least in this simple case, will get the job done. So you can practice this couple of times. You can even add a couple of new documents here, even with a null or that are already sent, and the result will be pretty much the same, but you will get that feeling that you're grasping right joins better. Okay, that's about it. So I'm gonna shut up and render, and in next tutorial we will talk about how to connect 2 or more tables with the same structure, where their columns are structured in the same way, in a sense that the names of columns are same, everything is basically the same. So when you type describe this table and that another table, the result will be totally same. So you can connect that, you can group that. Right, so yeah, I'm gonna shut up and see you in next tutorial, definitely. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to combine 2 tables with the same structure. So this table is very big, I don't want to type too much, so let's create copy of this table, not copy, new table with the same structure, because we need to type less. So we need to first see the structure, because we forget that probably. Describe documents, okay. Create table, I will use lowercase to type faster. Create table, for example, I don't know, internal control or something. Okay, and let's open and let's see what's up. Okay, the ID will be integer, not null. Primary key, auto increment. Okay, next line we will have internal number 2. So everything is same. Internal number will be integer, and s id will too be integer. Okay, so let's close our command. Okay, right, so let's quickly import here 2 things. The one entry will be same, and there is a reason for that. because there are two versions of union: normal union, and union all. And that's the command we are using to combine tables. So yeah, let's enter a couple of stuff. Insert into, what was the name? Internal control. Okay. Values. So null, and let me see, 1 2 3 1 2 3 5 5 4 7, and SID will be 1. Okay, that's cool, I think. Right, and the new one, which will be different. Okay, null 666 555 and 5 again. And let's put it to, I don't know, some new, for example, number 7. Let's send it to Miami. Okay. Okay. Oops. Number lock. I'm messing thing up. Okay, that's cool. So let's see what's up. Select all from internal control. Right, and we also need documents to combine that. Now the command will be very simple. Again, we need to type, for example, select all from internal control, and then let's go to next line. Okay, don't press semicolon, and say union, and let's go to next line and say select all from documents, and now we will end our command. And there you go. Now we were able to combine those things, those two tables, because they were same in a structure. But let's check elements. Union, when you type union, that means that you want to grab only individual entries. Okay, so see here we have 1, and the same thing is in documents and in an internal control. Okay, 1 2 3 5 5 7 7, same thing here, which means for some reason is not important, we have duplicate numbers, duplicate rows, but when you type union, that duplicate will be disregarded. But when you say union all, you will get everything. Okay, everything. So see here we have 7 rows, and now in the next command we will have 8 rows. So let's actually repeat. Select all from documents. Yeah, we can reverse the order of command. Select all from documents, union all, and select all from internal control. Is it? Yeah, it is. Internal control, and now you will have 1 row more. See? Cool stuff. And where is it? Okay, here we are, that one and that one. So most of the time you will use just union. Okay, I mean, of course it depends what you do, but union is kinda the first approach if you want to grab only original thing, only original rows. So let's do something stupid here. Is there a way to union all the same table? Well, let's try that. Let's see what's gonna happen. Select all from internal control, union all, with again internal control. Will that work? Well, it will work, but we will get doubles again. So that's like a report with the wasted space and wasted time. It will work, but it is stupid. Yeah, sure, you can do that, but I don't know, maybe. You have your own reasons. If nothing else, then to play. Anyway, just remember, union all will grab everything, even stupid things, and union, just union, is a probably smartest solution, and you will get only originals without any kind of duplicates, triplicates, and so on. Right, I'm gonna shut up as always, render, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we are going to talk about MySQL functions. Now those functions, MySQL functions, are not the same thing as your custom functions in programming language, because you can do all kind of messing arounds with those functions. With MySQL functions you can just use it or leave it, okay? And one of those functions is avg, and it will be used to extract average number in some column, okay? So in our case we will work with price because that's kind of cool, and also we can use this available column here, column of available number of products, but that's kind of stupid. It will not yield us in reality any kind of result, useful one, but you know, we have some kind of numbers, so let's just fire up that function. Right, so the pseudo code or approach will be like this: select, and now you cannot say all because you are not extracting rows, you are calculating things. So after select you will say avg, basically select and then name of function, and function of course uses brackets, and inside of those brackets we will use specific parameter argument. Now in our case that will be target price, so price, and after that we need to define name for a report. That's like a handle for report, for calculation. So as is a new keyword, and for example handle will be, well, avg price. That's kind of cool. And after that we need to define location, from where, from table, stores, and that's pretty much it. That's what we need to run. Right, so let's actually do that. Let me just move this. So select, let's run function avg brackets, target is price column, handle will be as avg price or something. It's totally up to you what you want to type here. Something short and sweet, you know, understandable. Where I was? Oh yeah, so location from table, which is stores, and that's pretty much it. So apparently we are relatively cheap, I don't know, $56.25, and in decimals, so that's nice. We don't have a rounding here to whole numbers, so that's kind of cool. Right, so as I said, this column is stupid for average function, but you know, let's use it for testing purposes. So select function, and target will be available column, report will be stupid one, from same table, stores, and there you go. So apparently we have 300 and almost 30 products in any of those stores. Yeah, as I said, really stupid report. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, it depends what you are selling, you know, I don't know. So yeah, that's about it. Very short tutorial. I don't want to bother you anymore. This is very self-explanatory. You know this from school, university, whatever. So I'm gonna shut up and render, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial objective will be to grab number of rows in specific table. Now we doesn't care what is inside of rest of the columns, we just wanna grab number of entries. And after that we will do example when we search for a specific string, and then we will grab number of results in a report. So that's like a theory, okay? Let me just type, the command will be count, okay? Very simple stuff, English, classical English word, and command will go like this: select, and after that immediately our functions, and as argument we will have all, because we are working absolutely all rows. Now the name of report will be number of rows, okay, location, from where, from stores table, and that will be the simplest one-liner. There you go, 8 rows. Now some people will say, well, what's the point? I mean, I have that round number in a MySQL report here directly, but what if you use some kind of external PHP script, I don't know, Perl or Python or something? Maybe you want to use that number to issue some other activities, operations, and so on. So I don't know, you know, you will run into all kind of weird situations in your professional work. Right. So we can also use any other column name except star. So let's actually do that. The result will be absolutely same. SID is the safest way to go here, and the result will be same. Now let's search for something and let's grab number of rows based on that result. So let me just type that. Select, for example, count all possible rows if there is any. Now the name of report will be gold report. Why? Because see here, we are going to search for some product with, for example, OL in the middle. Now we don't know how many products we can have here, like 100, 200, whatever, but for some reason we just know a couple of middle characters and we want to grab a number of those possibilities. Okay, so as gold report from location stores, and we'll use where here, right? From where, from column product. Okay, like we must use that because we are searching for things that will look like another things, so common things, right? And when we are using like, we'll always use strings even when we are dealing with numbers. So OL will be in the middle, but you probably remember that we need to use percent symbols to grab possible left sides and right sides if there is any. So these percent symbols on the left and the right will get the job done. Okay. So we have two rows with OL in the middle. There you go, 1 and 2. Now can we search for numbers? Well, sure. Let's first grab a report down there, like normal report. Oops. And let's find all numbers with zeros in them for some reason. I don't know. We can do that. Why not? So the report will be price report, like zero report, let's say, where price like 0, okay, inside of string, and we have 4 rows with zeros in them, 1, 2, 3, 4, so that's correct, and that's cool. Now we can also use not alike. So now we are grabbing all rows that doesn't have 0 in a price. And weird stuff, we have also 4 reports here, so let me check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cool stuff, you know. I mean, very short and simple tutorial. There is nothing complicated here, and you will pretty much be good if you practice with simplest possible solution. Where I went? Let me see what I'm doing here. What is the simplest solution? Yeah, this one. So select count all as generic number of rows from your table. Okay, so that's pretty much about this tutorial. There is nothing more that I want to talk about here. And yeah, as always, thank you for watching, and see you in the next tutorial where we will also talk about some interesting function. So see you there. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to extract minimum and maximum values, and this column here is a perfect target for that. So let's roll. Select maximum from price. Now the name of report will be, I don't know, most expensive. Expensive. Did I type that correctly? Most expensive? Yeah. So location from stores, and there you go. Apparently our most expensive product is $120, euros, whatever, and that is green power supply unit apparently. So let's grab minimum, I mean cheapest one. So just slightly change here. Report will be cheapest one. Okay, and we have something for $5, let's say, and a lot of those things, and those things are COM cables. Right, that's cool. Now there is a thing, interesting one. You can use max and min functions in combination with where. So where you're searching for a specific product. So let's say you have a couple of these gold PSIs with different prices, and you want to extract minimum and maximum price, but only with these. Okay, so right here we have same price. So let's insert one thing here, like briefly. Insert into stores, and now we need to say values. I think, what was it, null, and store was from, I don't know, let me think about some town, Rome, all Rome 1, let's say Rome 1, and the gold PSI. Okay, I think that was the string. Let me see. Yeah, uppercase or not so. Gold PSI, and amount 50, and the price will be 75 or 80, let's say, and I think that's cool. Right, so command will go like this. So let's first extract everything to see what's up. Okay, gold PSI 9, that's cool. Right, so select max from prices as maximum or expensive PSI from stores where product equals gold PSI, gold PSI. I think that's cool. And there you go. So this is the most expensive ones, and there is two of them in two different stores. And let's grab cheapest one, min, as cheap PSI from where product gold PSI. But let's actually use here like from product where product like, and let's say all of the, yes, we can also use that, and we will get pretty much same result. So either you can use directly column, or you can use some specific string, and you know this up till now from a couple of last tutorials. Right, so that's it, very short tutorial. Just remember, simplest possible scenario will be select max or min as name of report from location, and that's it. Okay, so you don't need to type where column is equal to that, and so on and so on. So this will pretty much get the job done. And let me see, in the next tutorial we will talk about some function where we will use it to add everything in one column. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna shut up and thank you for watching. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to grab number of all available products in all stores. Okay, so the function will be summary or sum, right? So that's what we are going to use, and let's roll. Select sum from column available. Okay, name of report will be in all stores. Okay, did I type that? Yeah, cool. Okay, now from where? From stores, that's our table, and here we go. So this is total number of all products. Right, Now let's grab numbers of all power supply units in all of our stores. Sure, we can do that. Okay, select sum from available as, let's say, all gold PCUs, whatever, from stores where product equals gold. Let me type that. G all the PCU uppercase, and that will be pretty much it. And there you go. Apparently we have 278 gold PCIs use whatever at our disposal. Okay, so only gold one. And we can also use here like. So let's see, where product like gold, and we will use percents to grab everything from left and the right side, and we will get exactly same results. Okay, there you go. And here's the question: how to grab number of all power supply units no matter of their type. So we will have gold and we will have green ones. Okay, let's actually select all from what was it, stores, and let's go to our command, select sum from available as all PCUs from stores where product like, and what is the common thing? Well, PC, and of course don't forget percents, and now we will have all of them. There you go, 328. So that's pretty much it. Now we can also use not like, same command here, to grab everything that is not power supply unit. I don't know, for some reason, who cares. Not like, and there you go, 2355 something that is not power supply unit, right? So let's actually calculate that manually. Okay, let me see, where is the calculator? Right, so the total number of everything is, where is it, in all stores, 2683 minus, and the number of all products which are power supply units. Where I type that, damn it? Here, 328 minus 328 equals 2355. Oh yeah, that's it. That's it. We are correct. Right, so there is pretty much nothing here to add. Very short tutorial. Just remember, the easiest possible solution here is use this one approach, one-liner, to grab absolutely everything. Right, so I'm gonna shut up, and as always, thank you for support and subscription, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we'll learn how to transfer any of those strings in a specific column, of course, into either uppercases or lowercases with new functions, UCase and lowercase. It depends what you need. So let's play around with this column. Okay, so select is already well-known command, and UCase, let's transfer everything to uppercase. The target will be in this product. Okay, as the name of column in the report will be, I don't know, products, something like that, who cares. Location from stores, and I think that's it, and there you go. Now if for some reason you need this kind of report, it is it is doable, but honestly I never run into a situation where I definitely need to use any of those commands explicitly. If you have that kind of of example in a practice, please write that down in the comment section below, because I really want to know, well, yeah. So let's go with uppercase. So we'll just change one letter here, and that's pretty much it. Okay, and now everything will be pushed to lower cases. And as I said, I really don't know specific reason to do this, but if we need it, we can use it. Now, of course, we can extract only specific rows by some criteria, as was example in a couple of last tutorials, using, for example, where. But before that, let's grab everything. Select all from stores, and now select UKs, for example, from store names, store name actually, as stores report, something like that, I don't know, from stores, right, where, for example, store name equals London, or even better, let's use it, store name like something in a strings, and what we have in London, ND, okay, and now all stores from London will be uppercases. There you go. Okay, so there is no purpose, in practicing this any further, because it's very simple. As I said, please write in the comment section below if you have any practical reason to this into your practice. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna shut up as always. Thank you for watching, and see you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will talk about mid function, and their usage will be when, for example, you have limited space on some of your paper, on reports basically, and you wanna, for example, grab only a couple of characters from somewhere in element, in specific column. Let me explain. If, for example, you wanna extract only GOL from this element, you need to type mid here and then column name, and then first character up to where, up to third character. Okay, so as I said, one of the examples I can think of is when you have limited printing capabilities, or when you are printing on a piece of paper that you can stick on some box, so you're saving yourself a little bit of space, something like that, I don't know. So let's actually go with the function. Select mid, and let's go with the product column. We'll grab first character up to third character as, let's say, first 3 report from stores, and I think that will work. So there you go. Now, of course, you can use any other function, column here, for example, city. Okay, maybe you want to use this into some kind of half obscure security approach, when some of your workers know what is going on only based on a couple of characters. I don't know. So let's actually try that with cities, but we will grab from 2 to 3 in this column. Right, so select mid, what was the name of column? City. From 2 to 4, let's say, as obscure. I don't know how to even type this in English, but who cares? From stores, and there you go. So maybe, I don't know, if you have some kind of weird organization where your co-workers like read each other's mind, and when I see a couple of characters, then they know what's going on. I don't know. If you have definitely example of this into practice, except printing on a piece of paper for preserving a little bit of space, please let me know in the comment section below, because I really want to know. Yeah, so thank you for watching, and see you next tutorial. Oh wait, I actually get that idea. Well, this is useful when you know these small paper, like a roll of paper on a point of sales. Well, maybe that's useful there. Yeah, definitely. Anyway, if you can think about some other example, please let me know. And I'm gonna shut up. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn about function to grab number of characters in a specific element, and that function will be aggregated. I think that I wrote that correctly. Now, for example, when you have blog post title in a specific column and you wanna, for SEO purposes, for search engine optimizations, to have that, you know, report, so you can change description of your either description or title or whatever in your website for SEO reasons, something like that. I don't know. And probably you will run into your own CMS into usage of this function. Right, so let's go to actual command, and we will extract all characters here in our column product. So remember, in a couple of last tutorials we did this thing, like select and then function, okay? But now we need to say what is our target. So on the first place here there will be no function but target, and that will be this column, so product, and after that you will put comma and use that function. And inside you also need to type that same thing, product in this case. Okay, name of report will be like a number of characters or something, number of characters. Okay, from stores, and there you go. So not just that you have number of characters, you also have where are they. Now let's say you have some kind of database, I mean table about persons or about things, and you are narrowing down the search by number sorry, by number of these characters. So length function can be useful in that case. Okay, so that was very short tutorial. Just remember, you will not put length function here as it was the case in the last couple of tutorials. You will use it after defining your target, and then again you will use that column here. Okay, so that's maybe something you want to pay attention to. Anyway, thank you for watching, and we will see in the next tutorial about something that is not functions. We will start dealing with views and other criteria to grab you know, reports. So I'm fed up pretty much with functions. There is a lot of them in MySQL, and of course you can find that into documentation, but these couple of functions I use to explain to people that it is easy to work with them. So pretty much from now on you know what to expect from functions, how to basically use them. Right, in the next tutorial we will talk about views. See you there. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will talk about views, and views are extremely important and useful in our work. Now they're like a predefined report. So remember, we are up till now typing a lot here, like give me this, give me that. Now you can do that for once and then use it all over again. So they are just used to save you time and a lot of other things. Now some definition that you can run into on internet is a view is a named query stored in a database catalog. Okay, so maybe you like this definition, or you will just use this term like predefined report. It's up to you. It is important that you get what we are talking about here. So right now we are going to create report, a view, for all prices in our table that are higher than $100 or euros or whatever. So let's do that. Okay, let's create view, as I said, similar approach like combination of tables and normal select commands. Right, let me just type that. Create a view, prices, higher than 100 as next line, and now we are going to use select. Okay, so this was just creation of name for that view, and now we are going to say what we want to grab. Select, let's see what we need. Let's say store name and the product, and what else? Available, and of course price, and next line. From where? From stores. Next line, and now we need to say, well, how to define that price that we want to grab. So where price is higher than 100 of some currency, something like that. Okay, and that's about it. There you go. Now we have our view. So question, how to use it? To use it, first we must be sure that we actually have it. I mean, obviously we have it, but how to extract it? Well, the command, you already know this. Show, yeah, right. Show tables from stores. Oh no, I mean name of our database is corp, I think. Yeah. So there you go. Now you will have it here. Price is higher than 100. Okay, now we can go to usage. Usage is very simple. We will just type this. Select all from that table, which is prices higher than 100, and there you go. Now the reason why this thing works is because report is kinda already done. So every time when you're calling this table, this will be activated. Okay, so that's like a virtual table. I mean, it looks pretty much real. It is real, it is here, but people use this term virtual table. I just use term predefined report. Okay, so let's repeat how we are going to create any kind of view. First, we will need to say create view. Okay, not create table, but create view, and then handle for that view that we are going to list over time. After that, we need to say what exactly we need. I mean, what kind of columns we want to see into our report. And that's not enough. We need to say what is our primary table with from store in our case. And after that, we'll set some criteria. Now, I'm just here grabbing prices, but in your case it can be something else. And if you want to practice, for example, if you have a little bit of time, let's say that you want to grab only store names where products are having PSU in a product name. As I said, if you don't want to do that, you don't have to, you can skip to next tutorial, but it will be kinda nice standalone practicing, something like that. Yeah, I'm gonna shut up and go to sleep, and in next tutorial, I mean tomorrow, we'll talk about a couple of other nice features of MySQL. So thank you for watching, see you there. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we'll learn about having command. Now basically you will use it all the time if you want to combine a couple of criterias. But before having, we will have where criteria plus having criteria. So that's like our approach. So let me see what I want to grab from our table. All results if price is higher than $50, okay, and if, for example, available number of pieces is also higher than 50. Okay, now price we will get with where, and available number of pieces we will get with having. So that's like approach what we are going to do, right? So let's go to actual command. So select all from stores, and next line where price is higher than 50. Is that so in original? Yep. Next line, having available also higher than 50 pieces. Okay, so let's close our command. I probably will get something. Yeah, so we have two results. So let me repeat. With where we get all prices higher than specific number. Of course, you can use here less and something like that. You can even use like or not like. So sure, you can do that kind of combination. And that was first pass. And second pass, we are combining that with the having and then this criteria. As I said, you can use like, and let's actually do that. So let's select all from stores. Damn it. What the hell uppercase is on keyboard activated? Stores where, let's say store name, like, and inside of store name we will have on just two characters in somewhere in the middle. So that's the one thing. And having, let's say, price now higher than 25, for example. Let's say that. Will we get anything? Well, we get again those two rows. So that's maybe stupid and maybe obvious, but you know, you can have all kind of combinations. So let me see what else is interesting here. Oh yeah, we can transfer this into classical view, which is predefined report. So let's actually do that. Okay, create view. I don't know what will be the name, like custom report on prices. Now as, don't forget as, and let's go to next line. So select all from stores, for example, their store name like, and let's say, let's use only one character here, so probably we'll get a couple of lines. Why not? Because the report is kind of custom, generic, stupid, but it will get the job done. Having price less than, for example, 100 something USA dollars, rublias, whatever. I think we are cool. Let me see. Yeah, we are probably cool. Okay, enter. Okay, so now we have a report. So, not a report, but view. So how to see that? Select all from, not select tables. Sorry. Show tables from corp. That is our database. And there you go. So we have here our custom report. So let's run it with select all from custom report, and I think there is go. That's the result. Very cool stuff. Right. So what is interesting here? I don't know if in the last tutorial I told you how to delete actual view. So let's do that here. So if you say drop table custom report, that will not work. Okay. Unknown table, of course, because it's basically a view. It's not classical table. So you need to say drop view custom report, and that will work. Okay, so show tables from corp, and there you go. But also see this, I'm using from, but also in will work. So let me type that. Show tables in corp, and there you go, same results. Okay, that's pretty much it for this tutorial. Just remember that you can combine a couple of criteria using where plus having. That's pretty much it. Now I'm gonna shut up and rather, and as always, see you in next interesting tutorial. So see you there. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to add a new column to our existing table. Now for simplicity reasons I will just add one column manager, and in the manager we need to have last name and a surname, but as I said, for simplicity reasons we will pack everything into one column. In production you definitely need to separate these things because it's easier to change them, easier to search them, and so on. Right, now when you define name of column, we also need to state the data type. So varchar up to 50 will pretty much get the job done here. So let's do that, and the command to change things in our existing table will be alter table, and so on and so on. Right. Okay, so alter table stores, and outside I have some firework again, very weird stuff. So add column manager varchar up to specific number, let's say 50, right? And I have created error here, so column, and the job is pretty much done right now. Right, so now when you run select all from stores, we will have all nulls because we don't have actual data. Okay, so of course you can add here new stuff and so on, but let's learn how to change, for some reason it's totally up to you, the name of column into something else. For example, let's change manager to managers, like that's our error, so we want to correct it. Right, so alter table stores change, and now we need to set we need to use first original name and then new name. But check this out, what's gonna happen. Error. Why? Because we didn't state data type, and we must do that when we are changing our column. Okay, so again varchar up to, let's say, 100 for some stupid reason, I don't know, and now the thing will be done pretty much. So let's describe our table. Describe stores, and there you go, we have managers varchar 100. It can be empty for now, and it's not primary key, obviously we didn't set it. Right, so we can also add something here, like insert into stores. Okay, next line, values, and then we will follow structure, null, and I've just typed something random here, who cares what we need to type. City, like x66, and store name x66_1, because I don't want to think about any cities right now. Product, well, sum, and available number of products, something like that, stupid, some big number, I don't know. And the price will be $500, let's say. And after that, now we can use string to set some manager, which will be John Smith. Okay, and I think that will work. There you go. So let's select everything. Select all from stores. Yeah, right. Stores, and there you go, we have a new entry. So here's the thing, how to delete column. Well, alter table stores drop column, what was it, managers. And now we will not just destroy column, we will destroy data in there. So it's a very scary command. Oops, what I did wrong. Check. Let me check. Oh yeah, I always create this error with T at the end. Damn it. And there you go. So let's check everything. Select all from stores, and there is no column managers here, but we have a rest of the data for some reason. Okay, let's repeat process one more time to add new column. Alter table stores, add column, blah blah, with some, I don't know, chart data type up to 100, something like that, and that's pretty much it. So select all from stores, and there you go, we have additional column. So let's delete it. Alter table stores, drop column, and just name of column, blah blah, and that would be pretty much it. So describe stores, and there you go, we don't have our column anymore. Okay, that's it. As always, thank you for watching, for support and subscription. See you next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we will learn how to add column here with default values. So if we forget to type that either manually or through our CMS, that field will be automatically populated. That's the one thing. Another thing is we will change the default value to another default value because, you know, for some reason in production, I don't know. Yeah, let's go. Alter table stores, add, for example, Ship Corp, and because this is the company, with them we have contract, and only them will be used to send our documents and products to individual store locations, something like that. So varchar up to 30 for a name of that corporation, or even more. Yeah, let's use even more, who knows. And after that we'll use default keyword, new stuff, and actual string, the name of company. Speedy Gonzalez, why not? He's good, fast fella. Right, enter, and there you go. So let's select from stores again, and all data here is automatically added. Okay, now here's the thing. Let's insert actually new value here. But every time when you are manually doing this and you have a column with default setup, you must explicitly say which column you are using. Okay, so you cannot just type insert into like this, insert into stores, and go to next line. No, in this case, when you have default values, you must use explicitly column names. SID, let's say city, and store name, and product, and available, and this is boring, price, and yeah, let's forget Ship Corp. That's good stuff, because I want to, you know, show to you that it will be populated. Right, so that's cool. Values, and we will follow structure from above. Null, and I will type some random characters here. I really don't care about actual values. What else we have? Store, city store name, product, like PPP, and available number of products, and actual price, let's say. And I think that everything will be fine. Let me check. SID null, city x6, store name y, product p, available that number, and price that number. Okay, there you go. So let's select everything. See, so we didn't use Ship Corp here. Okay, after price there is nothing, but we have it in the results. So that's very cool stuff. Okay, let's change now this Speedy Gonzalez to something else. Alter table stores, and now we need to use alter again. What was the name of column? Ship Corp. So alter and then name. Okay, now you will use default, but before that we need to type set. Okay, so don't forget that, set default, and then new string, new call company, which will be Daffy Duck. Okay, there you go. So let's describe our table. stores, and there you go, Daffy Duck is a new one. And that's pretty much it about this tutorial. Just remember that you need to pay attention about two combinations here, I mean options. The first one will be normal adding of column with default values. So use this. You can even write this down or copy paste to some notepad, I don't know. In any case, you have it into this tutorial. Right, so this is the common scenario, and rarely you will do this. I mean, change default values, but still, you know, it is good to know that you have it. So just here you will use alter, and don't forget set bit for default. Yep, so that's pretty much it. As always, thank you for watching, and see you in next tutorial. Hello YouTube, in this tutorial we'll learn how to backup and restore our database. Okay, here's the thing, I want you to watch what I'm doing here. Do not do anything on your computer, okay? You definitely need to understand here everything, and then you can type your code, because you can totally destroy your work if you mess something up. So watch me. Okay, let's go. First, what we need to use is MySQL dump application, and that application is in a folder where you have MySQL server installed. So in my case, program files, MySQL server, bin folder, and down there you will find MySQL dump. Now we need to use it from command prompt. Okay, so let's do that. CMD, oops, and I need to log in as admin. So run as admin. Yes, so let me arrange this for a couple of seconds. Okay, right. So we must reposition ourselves into bin directory. So let's basically do that. cd program files, cd MySQL dir, and we need to get in here. So cd MySQL with a star, because when you type star you don't need to type anything after this. So basically this star is substitution for all character after this place here, after MySQL. Okay, let's get into bin folder. See, dir, there is a bin at the top, cd bin, and now we will run this MySQL dump. So MySQL dump, and we need to log in basically as a root and p, but now don't specify password here, okay? This u is for username, this p is for password. Do not type it here. What we need to type is our original database in our server, and that is corp, okay? Remember, corp. And then we need to state where we want to export it. So normally you can use any kind of directory on your PC, but I will just export our database here in this directory, like in a local level. So I don't need to use any kind of slashes here, subdirectories and so on. What will be the name of our backup? Let's say corp arch. corparchive.sql, don't forget extension, and enter. So enter password 1 2 3 4 5 6 in my case. There you go. So the weird and dangerous thing is you will not be informed if anything is right. Only if you run into some kind of errors, then you will be informed. But basically, I mean, I don't know how to explain this. You know, if you're doing some kind of dangerous stuff, well, at least they can print something that everything is fine. I don't know, who cares? Okay, so here's the thing. How to be sure that we have this backup? Well, let's go to our directory, and somewhere down there is a backup. Okay, so let's actually delete our database from server. Drop database corp, and this is point of no return now. Okay, show databases, none here. Okay, so corp is gone. So next thing, how to restore our corp? Well, here's the situation. When you have only one database that you wanna grab from backup, first you need to create empty database here, okay, and then you can import it. This is how basically MySQL server works. It's not about me. You have that into documentation, okay, and I will show you that later. So create database corp again, and that will be empty one for now. Use corp show tables from corp, and nothing is here, okay, absolutely nothing, empty blank database. Okay, next thing, we need to go to our terminal when we are using MySQL dump, and now we will use MySQL here. MySQL is also application that, and you can find it into here, into your directory where you have MySQL installed. See, MySQL. So let's use it. And again, we need to log in. Root P, don't type password. And the situation here is very easy. Just type name of your new database, and then the reverse polarity of this arrow here, and import it from corp arch.sql, and you're pretty much done. Again, no confirmation, but everything will be fine. So now if you go to your actual client and type show tables from corp, there you go, you have everything. Select all from stores, and there you go, data is there. So I was thinking about showing you that documentation where they are saying that if you have only one backup, that you must first create empty database and then import actual data. So let me find that. Oh yeah, dumping data in SQL format with MySQL dump. And this is a case when you have multiple all databases and multiple databases. You can use it for practice if you like, but the interesting line here is when you are dumping single database, when you reload the dump file, in our case that was corp arch, you must specify a default database name so that the server knows which database to reload. So basically you must first create a blanco database and then use that MySQL basically import. So yeah, you can practice now on your own database, and even the smartest possible solution will be to create a couple of new databases with new tables and then practice this operation, because maybe you want to use this corp a little bit later for other practicing purposes and so on. So yep, that's pretty much it about this playlist about MySQL for beginners, and I will take a couple of days off probably to rest myself a little bit, and in next playlist we will probably go to PHP. So thank you for watching, for being with me all this time, and see you next tutorials.